Okay, before I start, I would like to share to you this uh, Bible verse that I read in the First Samuel. That this story is about kay King Saul. King Saul yung sinugod nila yung yung mga yung Abimelech, si King Abimelech na. Tapos yung utos ng Panginoon dun sa kanila, sabi ng Panginoon, "Now go and smite Abimelech and utterly destroy all that they have and spare them not, but slay both men and women, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass." Meaning to say, pinapaubos ng Panginoon yung itong yung Abimelech tribes. So, what happened? Nung nandun na sila sa part na war, uh, uh, nanalo, of course nanalo sila King Saul. Pero merong ginawa yung mga tao ni King Saul na hindi nagustuhan ng Panginoon. Which is, 'di ba sinabi ng Panginoon ng utos sa kanila na ubusin lahat yung mga kasama na yung mga ox, sheep, lahat dapat may slay. Pero ang ginawa nila, may tinira sila. May tinira silang kasi nakita nila daw na matataba. Nakita kasi nila yung matataba yung mga doon, yung ox, yung sheep. Nasayangan sila. Kaya ang ginawa nila, hindi nila ito inubos, tinira nila. Ngayon, nalaman ito ni Samuel. Then, na hindi nila inobey yung utos ng Panginoon. So, merong verse dito sa 1 Samuel 15 verse 22. And sabi ni Samuel, and Samuel said, "Had the Lord as the great delight in burnt offering and sacrifice as in obeying the voice of the Lord. Behold," please, iyan nyo to guys. "Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and hearken than the fat of ram. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is an iniquity and adultery. Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, he had also rejected thee from being king." So, napaka-clear naman na to obey is better than sacrifice. So, isa sa mga reflection na natutunan ko dito is mostly sa atin mga tao is mahilig tayo mag-sacrifice ng mga bagay-bagay, no? Kuwari yung mga gusto nating bagay na hindi naman talaga para sa atin, but we choose to go there kasi gusto natin, 'di ba? We tend to sacrifice and we're not obey. Just like sinabahan ka ng friends mo na gumala, then your parents hindi ka pinayagan, then sinacrifice mo yung yung parang galit ng magulang, okay lang yan, isacrifice ko para sa aking mga friends. So talagang napaka-importante sa ating mga tao ang sumunod. Tapos, what the good things dito kay King Saul is na-realize niya na nagkasala siya. So, and Saul said unto Samuel, "I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and thy words, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice." So, sa atin guys, kahit tayo ay nagkasala, always kahit ako, always akong mostly all the time hindi ako nag-obey doon sa mga utos ng Panginoon, sa mga commandments nila, kasi parang we tend to we choose ourselves rather than choose to follow Jesus na. So isa lang sa aking natutunan dito as napaka-importante na sumunod kaysa mag-sacrifice. So yan po ang ating devotional ngayong hapon. So may I ask Ma'am Donna to render us a prayer before I start my report.
Okay, let's pray. Our most gracious and heavenly Father, Lord, we'd like to praise Thee for giving us this bountiful day. And as we're about to start our reporting, Heavenly Father, we're asking for your guidance. May it be that we may, on the midst of us, Father, and please help us to remember all the things that we have studied so that our discussion to be smooth and proper, Heavenly Father, and we may learn a lot of things from each and every one of us, Heavenly Father. Thank you so much for this privilege of new learning, Heavenly Father. This we ask in the loving name of our Lord Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Amen. So, kung napapansin na napakahaba ng ating i-report. So, I will share my screen. Saan na nga ba yun? Ay, yun ako pala. Wait lang guys ha. Kita nyo ba? Any response? Kita nyo ba?
Hindi pa.
Hindi pa, sorry. Paano nga yun? Alright. Share. Ito pala. Yan. Kita na, guys?
Yes po.
Yan.
Yan, okay na yan.
Okay. So my report is about instructional planning. So last week Sir already discussed this, and this will be only review for us. So Sir Adonai, ano ba yung ating natutunan about sa instructional planning? What is instructional planning, Sir Adonai?
For me, instructional planning, it is, as a teacher, it is your guide, okay? It is your guide on what going on the inside and outside of the classroom. Yeah, for me, it's a guide.
Yeah, it's a guide. What about the others, Ma'am Donna?
Yes. Based on my own understanding, and we say instructional planning, aside from it's a guide, it also helps us to, we call this one, to help our students learn more about a specific, what do you call this one, topics.
Okay, learn specific topics. About you, Ma'am Joy.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
So, based on our discussion last time,
Yes.
what is instructional planning is, it helps us as teachers to organize things on how we will conduct our teaching in our classroom.
Mm-hmm. So it is a guide. It is some teach us student for the specific and ano yung isa organize. So here see instructional planning is just like the outcome of the anong mangyayari dun sa klase. No, yung parang doon na yung planning, doon mangyayari yung planning ng teachers according to yung binigay dito sa atin ni Sir. Ito yung ability to visualize into the future. It means hindi ka pa lang nagkaklase, nakikita mo na yung outcomes ng anong mangyayari doon sa mga estudyante, anong matutunan ng mga estudyante. And tama nga, ito yung creating, arranging, and organize, like Ma'am Joy said. And also, dito din nakikita yung designing of events and in minds that may occur in the classroom. So just like that. So yung parang magiging outcome doon sa magiging klase nyo. Then, ito din yung ability ng teacher to make decision about the how and what of teaching. So, ito yung dito makikita natin yung mga strategy ng teachers, yung kanyang dawi siya kung paano siya mag-teach, di ba? Kasi according nga dun sa ating klase last week, sa instructional planning pa lang malalaman na natin kung sino yung teacher yung gumawa, di ba? Kasi hindi naman lahat ng teacher magkatulad ng techniques or strategies. Mayroong ibang teacher na mahilig sa more on activity, iba naman more on lecture. So, doon pa lang makikita na natin yung instructional planning kung sino talagang gumawa. So, doon kasi makikita yung teacher's ability. So, ano ba yung mga ano ba ang importante or function ng instructional planning? What do you think, Ma'am Donna, is the importance or the function of instructional planning?
Importance.
Yeah, importance of instructional planning.
Hindi helps you to organize your
Yeah, almost the same, no, pala? So, almost the same siya. So, natanong na pala kanina, nasagot na. So, karagdagan na lang pala. So, it's the additional, like what I said, like you said, that it's provide overview of instruction. Nakikita na kung ano yung outcomes ng inyong klase. So, dito na, then, facilitate good manage and instruction. So, because dahil nga nakaplano na, so, ibig sabihin, nandun na yung good management kasi sunod-sunod na yung gagawin nyo. Then, make learning purposeful. So, ang kagandahan kasi dito sa instructional planning, it's okay yung magtatagalog ako, no, kasi wala naman tayong mga ano dito, speaking dollars, no? Is it okay?
Yes. Maganda yan.
Makes learning purposeful kasi ang kagandahan dito nga sa instructional planning kasi nga mas align, mas magiging mas magiging maganda yung magiging assessment ng student kasi nga like nandun na yung mga good management. So maganda yung mas marami yung matutunan ng mga estudyante dito. At it will depends in how teacher execute. Then it provide for sequencing and pacing. And then economize time. So siyempre kasi dun sa instructional planning, pag gumagawa tayo dun, nakabalance na yung time. So talagang minimize natin yung time natin. So parang talagang sulit yung ating paggamit sa time. Then make learner success more measurable with assessed in re-teaching. So mas maganda siya. Provide for variety of instructional objective. And also create opportunity for higher level questioning and assess and ordering supplies and guide substitute teachers. So, yan ang importance ng instructional planning. So, here, who are or sino-sino yung mga variables ng ating instructional planning? So, who among you here remember yung mga variables ng ating instructional planning? Ano ba yun? Sino bang una ang variable ng instructional planning?
Teachers, Teachers,
Yes, teacher. Why? Bakit teacher yung una? Sir Adonai. Sir Adonai, bakit teacher yung unang variables dito sa instructional planning?
because teacher, they are the one who give the content background, or they are the one who facilitate what's going on the classroom. Okay, they are the one who teach the good attitudes, behavior, or belief that they
Yes.
want to teach on their students.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's
So, thank you, Sir Adonai. So, instructional planning, nakadepende siya sa, yun nga, nakadepende siya sa teachers. Like, Sir Adonai said, sa attitude, sa belief, sa content background, kung paano gagawin ng teacher. So, what is the next variables? Of course, yung next variables niyan, sino pa ba ang tuturuan ng teacher? Di ba? Student naman. So, yung student naman, yung sa kanyang age, tapos yung background knowledge, yung kanyang motivational level, at yung kanyang interest. So, here pala, nandito pala siya. Nakalimutan ko siyang i-slide, no? So, here. So, age, tapos yung background knowledge, the motivational level, and interest. So, dito, makikita na, hindi naman natin pwede turuan yung mga bata na elementary level, tuturuan mo siya ng pang high school, di ba? Mahirapan naman sila. So, yung ating instructional planning, siguraduhin naman natin na naka-align doon sa need ng estudyante or yung kayang background knowledge or yung kanyang motivational level, yung kanyang interest. So, hindi, kasi magiging ano sa kanila sa estudyante, kapag mag-teach tayo mag-create tayo ng instructional planning, make sure na makakaya din ng estudyante yung ating pinapagawa. Kung hindi kaya ng estudyante, ibig sabihin hindi nagiging maganda yung ating decision making dun sa ating instructional planning. Kasi hindi kaya ng ating student . So magsiset ka ng instructional planning. Yung age ng mga bata is mga 9 years old or 12, ibig sabihin nasa grade 5, grade 6, tapos yung ginawa mong instructional planning is for second to third year. So, paano magiging enjoyable yung klase natin kung hindi ma-reach out ng student yung instructional planning nyo. So, as a teacher, we need to make sure na yung ating plano din ay inline din sa need ng ating estudyante. So, next is yung content. Yung ating content. So, ano bang meron sa content? This type of content that influence the planning process textbook being used. So, yung ating content, ito yung nagiging influence sa ating planning. Kasi, nakadepende, yung ating instructional planning is nakadepende din sa ating content. 'Di ba? Kuwari sa MAPE, we have major subject there. We have music, arts, PE, health. So ano ba yung content na ating ituturo doon? Kuwari, naka-assign ka sa PE. Di ka naman magko-content doon ng music kasi sa PE ka naman, di ba? So, yung content, isa din yan sa bago doon sa ating instructional planning. Of course, yung ating learning content. Ito yung mga subject matter guidelines. Then, yung ating resources, 'di ba? Mahirap naman mag-set ka ng instructional planning. Then, doon sinulat mo doon yung mga equipments na hindi pala available sa school. So, ano mangyayari doon, 'di ba? Di tayo pang mahirapan. Make sure if you're going to make your instructional planning, dapat nandun yung resources at materials, di ba? Dito kasi sa atin sa UP, siyempre available halos yung mga equipment dito, kaya masarap paggawa ng instructional planning. But not all school have their own equipment, di ba? Nahirapan din yung mga ibang school. So make sure, if nandun tayo sa ibang school, tignan din natin kung anong mga available resources. Hindi lang tayo basta-basta gumagawa ng planning, no? So next, ayan. Next is time. So, napaka-importante din sa instructional planning yung time. Kasi every time na nagagawa ka ng plan, meron kang naka-level doon na time. Kung ilang oras ito, ganyan. Ganyan para hindi masayang yung isang 45 minutes ng klase, 'di ba? Dapat ano natin 'yan. Importante din yung planning, yung time. Yes. Then meron tayong tinatawag na lesson plan. So, ano-ano ba yung mga lesson plan natin? Meron tayong mga ano ba yung mga lesson plan natin?
Daily lesson plan.
Meron tayong daily lesson plan. Meron pa yung isa. Di ba meron yung...
DLL.
Yes, DLL. Di ba yung katulad lang yun? Yeah. DLL, then...
UBD.
What, ma'am?
UBD. Understanding by Design.
Yon. Meron. Yan ang mga lesson plan. Yan. So, here we go. And ano ba yung components of lesson plan? Can you give one components of lesson plan, Ma'am Joy?
Objective.
Objective. What about you, Ma'am Donna?
Subject matter.
And Sir Adonai?
Okay, there's learning activities. Okay, there's yun na yung magre-review na sila, there's a drills, there's a motivation, presentation of the lesson, generalization, application, lahat doon na yung mga activities na gagawin ng teacher at ng mga estudyante.
Then we have, yes, that's correct. We have objectives. Napaka-importante yan sa lesson plan. And subject matter, learning activities, like Sir Adonai said, that dito na mangyari yung review, yung drills, yung lesson plan. Dito na rin makikita yung motivation, paano yung motivation na gagamitin nyo sa yung estudyante. Dito na rin makikita yung presentation of the lesson. Then, parang body na to siya eh. Generalization and application. Next dyan is yung evaluation. Assignment. Ano bang use ng assignment? Bakit di ba tinanggal na yung assignment? Ano ba talaga yung use ng assignment? Ma'am Donna, what do you think is the use of the assignment?
Para matulungan yung estudyante na ma-practice yung napagkalam nila.
Yes, para mas ma-practice pa sila sa kanilang bahay. What about you, Sir Adonai?
For me, assignment is ito yung like additional or to enrichment. For example, mayroon silang, for example, in the classroom, meron hindi na-discuss si teacher. So, ipapapa-limit niya na lang, they're going to search in their house, something like that, or extension or remedial, something like that.
Yeah. What about you, Ma'am Joy?
Yung kung halimbawa kung yung iba is application kung anong natutunan nila sa classroom na gagawin nila sa sa bahay.
Yes.
At yung iba parang additional na kung like kung 'di ba minsan kung ano i-discuss ng teacher kinabukasan, minsan is pinapa-search agad sa sa estudyante para may alam sila.
So ang nangyayari kasi na-overlook nila yung assignment kasi feeling ng mga estudyante, katulad ko nung high school, assignment talaga is burden, 'di ba? Totoo ba 'yan? Nagiging burden sa inyo yung assignment? Nagiging
Oo.
burden ba or talagang chill lang?
Minsan, burden.
Sige, feeling natin nagiging burden siya kasi nga nilalagay ng mga teachers yung sa mga weekend, di ba? Yung
Oo.
doon na tayo magsasaya tapos may assignment pa. So parang supposedly na yung itong assignment nito, ito yung magiging extension doon sa klase na hindi natapos. So dapat yan sana ang mangyari doon kasi na-overlook natin as a student kasi nga feeling natin ano ba to si ma'am, puro assignment, wala namang kinaklase, di ba? Yung feeling natin naboburden tayo. So para as a future teachers, ano ba yung kailangan natin gawin para magiging okay okay yung ano ng estudyante sa assessment assessment sa assignment, di ba? Ano ba yung mga characteristic dapat ng assignment? So dapat sabi dito should be interesting. So ang nangyayari kasi sa assignment natin sa when I was in high school, no, naalala ko lang pag sinabing assignment, yun yung mga topic na hindi natapos ng isang teacher. Tapos yung topic pa nun, yun daw pa siya mag-discuss, mga ka-student, no? Daw siya mag-discuss, ang boring, di ba? So pagdating sa atin, pag sinabing, oh sige, okay class, we have no more time, this will be your assignment. So parang, isip natin, no man, burden na naman to, di ba? Ganun nangyayari sa atin. So possibly, yung assignment is magiging interesting sa mga estudyante. 'Di ba? So, yan sana yung ating isipin as the future teachers. Dapat tayo pag nagpagawa tayo, ay wala nang assignment, 'di ba? Pero ito yung sabi lang natin dito na. Pag magpagawa tayo ng assignment, dapat magiging interesting din sa estudyante. Hindi lang natin basta-basta bigay, okay, di ko natapos yung aking klase. O sige, bigay ko na lang sa estudyante ito. 'Di ba? Hindi ka naman ang ano kasi sa assignment, hindi ka nakakasigurado kung yung estudyante ba talaga yung gumagawa ng assignment, lalo na ngayon, 'di ba? So make sure na ang ating assignment is interesting. Next dyan, should be directed to definite concept. Kung ano ba talaga yung tinuro mo doon, 'di ba? Tapos provision should be made for individual differences. So, di natin explain yan. Should be explained with given examples. Dito tayo, dito yung parang always lacking dun sa mga teachers na, hindi naman lahat ng teacher, pero mostly siguro kasi siyempre, dito kasi medyo ano na yung mga teacher, di ba? Sa high school kasi mostly nangyayari tong assignment. So, parang, doon kasi sa the way magbigay yung teacher sa assignment, minsan nakakalimutan nila mag-give ng example or explain kung anong gagawin talaga sa assignment. Yun parang tipong, okay class, go to page, sagutan nyo yan without any explanation. So parang, ang nangyayari, dahil nga walang explanation ng teacher, ano yung reaction ng estudyante? What do you think the reaction of student? If you are, Sir Adonai, if you are the student and your teachers give you an assignment without any explanation and give example, what do you think is your reaction to the teacher?
For me, parang maguguluhan ako, something like that. Imbes na, siyempre, makakon ka, parang hindi mo alam kung ano yung gagawin mo, something like that. So, baka yung isasagot mo dun, you are not sure on,
Yes.
yeah, you are not sure in your answer, something like that. Parang nasagutan mo nga siya, but you are not sure in your answer kung tama ba siya o mali, because you cannot understand what the teacher instruct you on that specific assignments.
Yes, that's right. Doon nawawala yung interest ng estudyante, which is yun yung pinaka main characteristic ng assignment. Dapat maging interesting yung ating pagbibigay ng assignment ng estudyante. So make sure na pag magbigay tayo ng assignment, dapat na-explain muna natin at nagbigay muna natin yung mga example para at least clear na sa estudyante kung ano yung gagawin nila dun sa assignment nila. 'Di ba? Kahit sa college nangyayari yan, no? Yung parang bigay lang estudyante, hala, puro ka tanong sa mga classmate mo. Tapos yung sagot din ng mga classmate mo, experience ko siya eh. Sagot din ng mga classmate mo, di din nila alam. So parang napangiti ako. Kasi actually nangyari siya, no? Bigay lang without any explanation. It's hard to answer, no? So, dito, should be monitored for completions and accuracy. So dito, sino bang magmo-monitor? Yung mga estudyante nasa bahay naman nagagawa ng assignment. Yun nga, dapat nandun yung parents na magmo-monitor sa estudyante. Kung paano yung wala yung parents, sino magmo-monitor niyon? What do you think, Ma'am Donna? What will happen to the student na magagawa sila ng assignment without na walang nagmo-monitor sa kanila? Ano kaya mangyayari sa estudyante?
Wala ring mangyayari sa assignment nila.
Yon, tama. Walang mangyayari doon sa assignment nila kasi walang nagmo-monitor sa kanila. Kasi hindi naman lahat ng mga estudyante nandun yung kanilang parents. Kasi yung mga parents yung iba nasa abroad, 'di ba? Yung isa super busy, hindi na kayang i-accommodate yung mga anak. So, yan yung isa sa nagiging negative sa assignment kasi parang hindi naman totally lahat talaga ma-accommodate ng parents. Kasi meron ding trabaho yung parents, di ba? So, yan ang isa sa nakikita kong negative sa assignment. Which is, whole of that, simula dun sa interesting, maganda siya. Now, let's go to instructional objective. Paano ba tayo gumawa ng objective? Ano ba yung dapat nating hanapin doon? Ano ba yung dapat nating hanapin, Ma'am Joy, pag nagagawa tayo ng instructional objective? Dapat makikita doon yung ano po?
Behavior.
Behavior. What other, Ma'am Donna?
Degree,
Yes, degree. What the other?
Antecedent.
What, ma'am?
Antecedent.
Antecedent.
Ay, audience pala.
Yeah, audience. So, please remember, if you're going to write an objective, tandaan nyo itong A, B, C, which is audience. Pag sinabi nating audience, ano yung mga tanong na dapat nating tanungin sa ating sarili? Who is to do the task? So, sino ba yung gagawa ng task natin? Estudyante ba? Group of people ba? Mga ano ba? Basta who? Sino yung audience sa ating objective? Next dyan is yung behavior. Ano yung behavior na dapat ano ng audience? What is the task to be completed? Sorry. Next is the condition, which is under what condition will the task be completed? And next is degree. And what is considered as good enough? Wait lang ha. Can you give, sinong nakagawa na ng objective dito? How among you here already done with the objective? No one?
yes.
Sino? Sino nakagawa na, guys?
Not yet.
Not yet. So, okay. Sir Adonai. Sir Adonai. Can you give us an example of objective? Sir Adonai, are you there? Pwede ba natin type yun? Sir Adonai? Wala na si Sir Adonai? About you, Ma'am Donna? Hello?
Hello?
Akala ko wala ng tao kasi wala nang sumasagot, no? Can you give us an example of objective?
Objective.
Yeah. Any kind.
At the end of the class,
At the end, sulat natin ha. At the end. Tulungan nyo na lang ako sa spelling kasi bobo ako sa spelling eh. At the end of the class,
students will be able
then will be able
to define,
to define.
uh,
Able,
define,
to be able to define
define the meaning of verb.
the meaning of verb.
Verb.
Yan. Ito na po, ma'am. Yes. Kita ba? Kita niyo pa rin ba yung aking slide, kapatid?
Yes po.
Okay. Dito titignan natin kung nandito ba, kompleto ba yung apat na dapat nating mahanap sa objective. So, Sir Adonai, are you there, Sir Adonai? Adonai? Nandito pa ba si Adonai? Anyone? Adonai? Wala. Joy? Joy?
Yes. Hello.
Yon. Joy, can you
Ano po?
identify where is the audience in this objective that Ma'am Donna given to us?
Student.
Student. Yes, student. Ito yung ating, ano ba to? Ano nga? Ito yung ating objective, yung ating audience. Ma'am Donna, ano yung behavior natin dito? Ma'am Donna?
Hello?
Ano yung behavior natin dito sa ating binigay na objective?
Able to define?
Able to define. Will be able to define. Yes, define. Define. Let's see, put define. And let's see if makuha natin yung condition kasi ito isa to sa pinaka nahirapan din ako, no? Sir Adonai, nandyan ka pa ba?
Wala ata siya. Dalawa na lang kami ni Tidona. Baka
Nawala
naka-ano
siya.
siya.
Siguro nawala yung
Nawala.
kanya internet, no?
Baka.
Okay. Let's go to, ikaw na lang, Joy. Saan yung ating ano dito? Condition. Kailangan natin maintindihan to kasi at least pag nagawa tayo, so clear na sa atin, no? Condition. Ano yung condition natin dito? Ma'am Joy.
Wala.
Meaning of verb. To define the meaning. Wala. So ano dapat ang ilalagay natin para magka condition?
Like, at the end of the class, the student will be able to define the meaning of the verb. Tidona. Ano bang condition natin?
At the end of the class, student will be able to define the meaning of the verb. Hindi kasi ako maano sa English eh. Hindi ko alam yung anong mga sa English. Kaya nahirapan din ako. Ano ba yung mga dapat? Verb.
Like,
Without help?
oo, mga ganon.
Yan, without help, with a teacher, right? Diba? Ano yung the best na ilagay dito?
At the end of the class, student will be able to define the meaning of the verb. Ano ba?
Saan
Wait.
ba nagagamit yung verb? Nagagamit ba yan sa mga poem? Mga paggawa ng... Diba?
Tapos ka na, pakanan?
Hindi pa, nawala ka eh.
Oo nga, ano?
Dito nga, ito si
No.
Adonai. Adonai.
Kararat ka.
Ayan, sige, ituloy natin to, no? Ituloy natin to. Ano yung magiging condition natin dito? What do you think the condition of this objective? Every class student will be able to define the meaning of verb. Yeah.
Saan yun?
Dito, kita niyo ba yung ating ano? Dito na tayo sa instructional objective. About ito sa ABCD, which is the audience, the behavior, the condition, and the degree. So here, I asked Ma'am Donna to give us example of objective, and dito hinanap natin kung ano yung mga audience, yung behavior, and condition. So sabi ni Ma'am Joy na kulang ng condition. Ano ba dapat yung condition ilalagay natin dito, Sir Adonai?
Saan dyan? Sa...
Kita mo ba? PowerPoint?
At the end of the class,
Yes.
the student will be able to define the meaning of verb. For
Yan.
me, condition, maybe by their own words.
By
Student will...
Yun, tama. By their
own words, student will be able to define the meaning of verb. At least 5 examples.
Yon. By, saan nga banda yan, Adonai? At the end of the class, student will be able to define.
At the end of the class,
Yes.
by their own words.
At the end of the class, by
their own words,
wait lang.
student will be able to define the meaning of verb. At least 1 sentence. Pwede rin yun, para masukat siya.
Student will be able to define the meaning of verb at least.
At least 1 sentence.
Is, ay tama ba spelling ko at least? Parang ganito.
Yan, 1 sentence.
Yun, nakita na rin natin yung ating degree. Diba? Ma'am Donna, ano masasabi niyo? Tama na ba to? Tama po ba yung sinabi ni Sir Adonai?
Wait lang, at the end of the class. Their own word. By their own word, student will be able to define the meaning of the verb at least 1 sentence. Okay naman.
Yes. So saan dito yung ating condition?
By their own word.
Yan. Yan ang tama. By their own words. Yan yung magiging ating condition. Yung ating degree.
At least 1 sentence.
Tama. Yan yung ating degree. Okay? Degree. So, ito yung dapat makikita sa atin pag nagawa tayo ng objective. Pag magpapakorek tayo sa ating mga classmate, dapat ito yung makikita na ating classmate na complete objective with the 4 ABCD. Makikita dito yung condition, yung behavior, yung audience, at saka degree. Okay. Clear na po ba about dito sa instructional objective? Kasi importante ito. Importante sa atin to. Ano, clear na po guys? Excuse me? Okay na po ba tayo? Wala na mga tanong about dito sa objective?
Yes po.
Clear na lahat about ito sa degree, di ba? About sa ABCD. Okay, wala nang tanong. So, let's proceed to so here. Dito na naman tayo sa di pa pala na ano. Yan. Sige, bilisan na lang natin. Okay, dito tayo sa aims, goals, and objective. Ano ba yung aims? Sir Adonai, ano ba yung aims? Nawala naman Sir Adonai. Sir Adonai? Sir Adonai? Wala naman siya? Ma'am Donna, what is aim?
Mm, the general idea, yung parang gusto natin i-portray, kung ano yung gusto nating like mangyari, ganun.
Yes. Correct. Other? Joy?
Same lang po.
Yes. About the goals. What is the difference between aims and goals? Adonai? Nawala naman si Adonai, no? So, goals is derived siya sa aims. So, paano sa explain? Let's see. Can you imagine football game or dito sa atin soccer, di ba? Meron diyang goal, di ba? Yung tinutukoy kong goal, nakikita niyo ba ako? Hindi na, yung PowerPoint ko lang. Yung sinasabi kong goal, yung parang nandun yung goalkeeper. Ngayon, ngayon, pag pag aim, meron ka talagang tina-target na space or meron kang tina-target na space doon sa goal. 'Di ba? Kita na ano niya ba? Imagine kayo ng game na soccer. Then nandun yung goal sa harap nyo. Noon, yung aims doon, yung aim aim mo talaga yung parang meron kang target, 'di ba? Na pinupunteriya. And ang goal naman ay basta mapasok mo lang yung bola, goal na 'yon. Okay? So, doon pa lang makikita na natin yung difference between aims and goals. Kasi yung aims, meron ka talagang specific na target na para mapasok yung bola. Yung goal, basta masipa mo lang yung bola, basta pumasok sa goalkeeper, goal na siya. So, ang aims kasi, ito yung para siyang let's see, ideal. Yung parang, just like, yung ideal mo sa lalaki, di ba? Yung ideal mo sa lalaki is talagang mostly perfect. Pero hindi mo yun mostly, hindi mo talaga namimit yun lahat. Yun lang yung ideal mo sa lalaki. Yung pogi, yung mabait, yung mistiso, maliit yung mata, ganyan, di ba? Ano ba yung mga ideal nyo ng mga lalaki? Ganun, di ba? Ma'am Donna, ganun yung ideal nyo sa mga lalaki? Yung pogi, mabait, matangkad, tisoy, yun ba yun?
Wala pa akong iniisip na ideal. Pag
Yun.
meron,
Pero mostly sa ideal, di ba? Yung parang perfect na iniisip natin. Di ba? Yung gusto nating mangyari sa perfect world. Yung goals naman, ang difference nito is realistic siya. Ano ba? Yung parang, let's say, meron na siyang purpose or outcomes in mind. Pero, hindi pa rin siya measurable. Just like yung aims, hindi din siya measurable. Kasi, yung aims kasi para siyang philosophy, no? Yung timeless, hanggang ngayon, pwede pa rin siyang gamitin. Yung goals naman ay meron ng purpose at saka Meron ng outcome in mind. Realistic na siya. So, pero, ano pa rin, hindi siya measurable. So, yun yung aims, yun yung difference ng aims and goals. Objective, yung objective naman, ito yung specific, na more specific na siya. Mas clear na doon yung ano talaga yung gusto mo. Nakalagay na doon kung ano talagang lalaki gusto mo. Doon na din yung behavior terms, doon na rin yung task, doon na rin yung content and attitude. Doon na makikita clear na siya. So meron na siyang more specific siya doon sa goal. So okay. Medyo malabo siya, no? Anong tanong niyo about sa aim, goals, and objectives? Para at least mapag-usapan natin. Anyone? Okay. Walang tanong?
Wala.
Okay, so yun yung aims, no? Yung aims, yung goals, and objective. Kung wala naman tanong, proceed tayo dito sa domains and levels and objectives. Ano ba yung mga domains? Ma'am Donna.
Affective, psychomotor, cognitive.
Yan. We have cognitive, we have affective, and we have psychomotor. First, let's talk about the cognitive domain. Ang haba ko na, ilang oras na ako pala, 1 oras na. Okay pa ba? Mahaba ko. Sige, bilisan
Okay pa.
Bilisan lang natin to, no? Kasi mahaba talaga yung ating i-report. So, bilisan na lang natin. Naubos na rin yung aking voice eh. So, here, cognate. Ano ba yung use ng cognate? Ano ba yung cognitive domain? So, cognitive domain, ito yung objective that have their purpose to develop student intellectual skill. Ang cognitive yung focus nito yung intellectual skills ng ating estudyante. First nito ay knowledge. So, ang knowledge, nag-emphasize or remembering information. So, parang ito yung pinaka low level sa sa taxonomy. Yung knowledge kasi more on remembering lang ta ng information. Next is comprehension. Itong comprehension, dito na yon yung start yung kanilang understanding. And dito na rin magsisimula yung kanilang organize previous learned information. So dito na yung understanding and nag-i-start na sila na mag-organize ng kanilang information na nakuha doon sa before ng information, yung prior knowledge nila. Next is after nilang ma-organize, after nilang maintindihan, papasok yung application, which is ito na yung using information in pertinent situation. Ito na yung ginagamit na nila yung kanilang natutunan doon sa tinuro mo. So, dito na yon. Next is analyze. So, sa analyze naman, just like bini-breakdown mo siya. 'Di ba? Kuwari, kumain ka ngayon ng isang sopas. Ngayon, i-breakdown mo yung sopas. Ano bang mga sangkap ng sopas? First, onion. Ano bang mga sangkap ng sopas? I-breakdown natin.
Carrots.
Carrots, ano pa?
Macaroni. Charot.
Macaroni, ano pa?
Cabbage.
Yan, ganyan nangyayari yung analyzing. Bine-breakdown niya yung parang yung content, bine-breakdown niya para mas maintindihan pa ng estudyante. Ito namang synthesis. Ang synthesis naman ay galing dun sa original thinking then gagawin niya itong original thinking by putting in parts into new whole. Yung parang just like you're combining one information into new information. Yung parang yung natutunan niya dito sa kabila at natutunan niya sa kabila, pinagsama niya to at para maka-build up ng bagong information. Yan yung synthesis. And after ng synthesis, yung pinaka higher level dito sa cognitive is yung evaluation. Dito na magsisimula ang making judgment about information based on identified standard. So dito na nagsisimula yung kailang judgment. So yan yung cognitive domain. Any question about cognitive domain?
None, sir.
None. Okay, let's go on to the affective domain. So, affective domain, ang focus nito ay about sa attitude naman. Attitude, values, interests, and appreciations with range from simple awareness of perceptions of something to internalized at phenomenon. So, about sa affective domain naman is focus nito yung attitude ng estudyante, yung values niya at sa kanyang interest. So first in the list sa ating objective domain is yung receiving. Ano ba yung receiving? Ito naman, ito yung they become aware of some communications of phenomena from the environment. So ibig sabihin, receiving, aware lang sila na yan ang nangyari, di ba? Habang ikaw nagtuturo, i-receive lang nila yung knowledge na binibigay mo sa estudyante. They just aware. Aware pa lang sila dyan nung binibigay mo yung bagong knowledge sa estudyante. After na lang ma-receive or after na lang ma-aware dun sa new knowledge na binibigay mo na sinare mo sa estudyante, ito na yung papasok yung responding, which is yung reacting. Nagre-react na yung estudyante doon sa tinuturo mo na bagong knowledge. After na lang ma-receive, respond. Next nun is yung valuing. Ito na yung dito na yun papasok yung kanilang commitment. After nilang ma-react, papasok dito yung commitment ng isang estudyante. 'Di ba? Yung acceptance niya doon sa tinuro mo. Next sa valuing is organization. Because organization naman, 'di ba, nag-commit na siya. After niya mag-commit, dito, they organize the values in relations to each other. After niya mag-commit sa sarili niya, so, doon naman sa ibang estudyante. So, nagiging meron na siyang more commitment pagdating sa organization. Dito sa valuing, lang siyang commitment dito for their own lang. Pagdating sa organization, nag-more commitment na siya, mas pinalawak yung commitment dito. And the last one is the characterization. Ito yung accept the value become part of personality. Dito na yung inaccept na niya yung lesson na tinuro mo sa kanya, which is parang ginawa niya ng habit. Just like playing badminton noon, yung una hindi pa siya gusto. Tapos yung sa responding, tumutulong muna siya sa pagsiset. Sa valuing, medyo naglalaro na siya. Organization, yun, naglalaro na siya sa mga kaibigan niya. Sa characterization, yun na yung siya na mismo talagang binavalue niya yan nung laro about sa badminton. Yun yung effective domain. Any question about effective domain? Any? Wala? Proceed na tayo sa psychomotor. Guys? Okay, let's go to psychomotor. Yan. Psychomotor domain. Ang focus naman dito ay Sa words pa lang ng psychomotor is ito yung focus sa muscular skills development. Ito yung maganda sa mga PE teachers. Sa psychomotor, we have three taxonomy. First is the Simpson. Next is the Harrow and Dave. First, let's discuss first kay Simpson. Simpson, una niya doon sa kanyang first level niya is yung perception. Ano ba yung perception? Ito yung uses the sense organs to obtain cues that guide motor activity, ranges from sensory stimulations, awareness through cue selections to translation. Awareness din siya guys. Yung perceptions is all about awareness. Set naman, ito na yung readiness to take a particular action. Ito na yung ready na sila na i-take yung action. After nilang ma-aware, take nila yung action. Then, guided response, ito na yung concern with early stages of learning and complex skills. Includes imitations, trial, and error. After nilang ready to take the particular action, dito papasok naman yung trial and error, yung pagpapractice ng estudyante. Papasok yung trial and error. Then, mechanism, concerned with the habitual responses that can be performed with some confidence. After nilang mag-trial and error, papasok yung confidence, which is the mechanism. Next is the complex overt response. Yung conflict overt response is ito yung skillfully performed acts that require complex movement pattern, like the highly coordinated motor activities. Ito na yung smooth na yung kanilang hindi na siya di ba dito sa mechanism medyo complex pa siya. Pagdating dito sa conflict overt response, hindi na siya complex, kaya na nang gawin ng estudyante yung pinapagawa ng teacher. Sa adaptation naman, dito na yung they concerned with the skills, so will learn that they are modified to fit special requirements or to meet a problem situation. Ito yung adaptation. Ito na yung na-learn na nila yung topic and pwede na sila subukin yung problem situation. Hindi ko siya na-explain masyado. So, ito naman sa origination, which is create new movement patterns to fit a particular situation or problem. Ito na yung nagki-create sila ng sarili nilang pattern. So, yan yung kay Simpson taxonomy. Next naman is kay Harrow taxonomy, which is sa kanya naman is about sa reflexes. Yung sa kanya. So, una sa kanya, dahil about nga sa reflexes, una sa kanya yung reflect movement. Ano ba yung nakalaman sa reflect movement? Ito na yung action elicit without learning in response to some stimuli, include flexion, extension, stretch, and postural adjustment. Sorry. So, ito na yung response without learning in response to some stimuli. So, yung flexion, extension. So, yung basic fundamental movement ang sunod. Ito na inherent movement patterns which are formed by combining of reflex movement and are the basis for complex skills movements. For example nito, itong basic fundamental movement, ito na yung walking, running, pushing, twisting, gripping, grasping. Yan yung example niyan. Sunod niyan is perceptual. Ang perceptual naman refers to interpretations of various stimuli that enable one to make adjustment to environment. visual authority, kinesthetic, or technical discrimination. Ito na yung interpretations of various stimuli that enable to one make adjustment to environment. Yes, just like kinesthetic, yan. Next is physical activities. It is require endurance, strength, vigor, and agility with produce a sound. So example nito is quick, wide range of motions of the hip joints and quick, precisely movement. Physical activity. Next nito is skill movement. Is as the result of the acquisitions of the degree of efficiency when performing a complex task. Example nito ay all skill activities obvious in sports, recreation, and dances. Skill movement. Next naman is ng non-discursive communication. Ito yung pinakalas kay Harvard Taxonomy. Is communications through bodily movement ranging from facial expression through sophisticated cardiographic. Example nito is body posture, gestures, facial expression, and skill dance, movement, and choreographies. Yan yung kay Harrow Taxonomy. Dito na kay Dave Taxonomy, ito yung ginagamit natin paggawa ng ating objective sa psychomotor. First nito is yung ating imitation. Ang imitation is ito yung observing and copying someone else. So imitation, which is napaka-clear naman na without any explanation, imitation, which is copying lang. Manipulations, ito yung guided via instructions to perform a skill. So here naman, after lang mag-imitate, may manipulation is yung may guide na or may instruction na. Next is precision. Ito na yung accuracy. It's about accuracy. Next is nasalization. Hindi ko nasali guys yung ating articulation na erase siguro. Ito yung two or more skill combined, just like analysis, no? Two or more skills combined and sequence and perform consistently. So parang pinagsama yung dalawang skills tapos ginawa sa isang movement lang. So para siyang synthesis ba? Yeah. Next is ito yung pinakalas, naturalization, which is yung two or more skills combined. More than one na siya na combined na skills and performed consistently and with ease. The performance is automatic with a little physical or mental exertion. So yan yung ating taxonomy. So malapit na tayo. So dito, determining appropriate learning materials to facilitate instruction. First nito as yung principles and selections of instructional materials. Ano ba yung mga principles na dapat nating tignan para mag-select tayo ng ating instructional materials? Ito yon. Una, dapat meaningfulness, communications, effectiveness. So dapat siya meaningful and most important, effective in communication. Next is appropriateness, authenticity. Dapat appropriate siya and original, no? Authentic. Next is broad responsiveness, which is wide. Dapat wide yung responsive. Dapat mas wide yung response, di ba? Pag pumili ka ng isang instructional materials. Next is, dapat usefulness interest. Next is cost effectiveness. Cost. Yan lang yan. Next niyan dyan is yung type of instructional materials and tools. So what are these? First type is visual. Visual. Are you there? Can you read Ma'am Donna? Visual?
Representations of objects, persona, or events in realistic or precise expression, paper, or other surfaces. Include the following.
Yan, nakalimutan yung erase, no? Pero yan yung visual. Dapat yung realistic, precise, yung expressions in canvas, papers, or other surface. Ano-ano ba ito? Yung sakop ng visual. First niyan is yung pictures or photographic prints. Dito, include dito yung ating textbook. Yan, kasama yan sa photographic prints. Yung ating, ano pa ba yung mga printed materials? What are the printed materials nga sa ating EdTech? Ano yung mga printed materials?
Chart,
Ano pa?
poster,
Ano pa?
newspaper, printed.
Yan, newspaper. Yan yung printed material. Diyan yan sakop sa photographic prints. Next is yung graphics. Diba? Yun yung ating graphics. Graphics misuse of symbols representing the phenomenon they portraying come in many forms. Example ng graphics is yung maps, yung diagram, yung charts, that's what I said, table, graphs, poster, cartoons that illustrate lesson for better understanding. Ang use ng graphics, dapat ito yung mag-illustrate para mas better yung understanding ng ating estudyante. At ang pinakaganda nito is less lang yung pagsasalita ng teacher kasi nandun na yung picture, di ba? More on sa atin, yung estudyante, visual eh. Kaya ba, ano ba kayo? Visual ba kayo or ano pa mga ano? Mix. So, mostly sa estudyante visual. So, napakaganda itong graphics. Pag kukuha tayo ng gagawa tayo ng instructional materials tools, mas maganda ito gamitin. Relia. How among you here remember what is Relia in EdTech 2? What is Relia? Relia. Tama ba pagbasa ko? Relia? Anyone, what is Relia? Relia. Tama ba? Anyone who already done in the EdTech 2? Ito yung palagi sinasabi ni Sir Isagera sa atin. Anyone? Sir Adonai? Do you have any idea about Relia?
Parang hindi ko pa yan siya na...
So according to Sir according here and doon sa aking narinig kay Sir Relia ba yun? Basta ito, sabi dito, it refers to all objects as they exist in natural context. So ano ba yung natural context na sinasabi dito? Ano yung mga kuwari, nag-explain ka ng about sa isang bagay na hindi mo makita sa Google, so pwede kang gumamit ng mga natural context yung na-exist na. Kuwari, mayroon namang bulaklak dyan. So, pwede mo siyang gawing example. Pwede mo siyang gamitin as a material or tools sa iyong klase. Diba? Hindi lang lahat makikita mo sa online, meron naman tayong nature, diba? Yan yung Relia, yun yung ano ng Relia. Pwede mong gamitin yung mga nature para i-explain yung mga bagay-bagay. Next is models. Models is refers to objects that are constructed when relia are unavailable. So, kapag wala namang relia, ito models. Kapag hindi available yung relia, ano bang mga sample ng mga models? Anyone can give an example of models?
Miniature.
Miniature. Yes, miniature. Ano pa?
Replica.
Yan, replica. Kasi kung wala ka naman palang bulaklak madala, pwede ka magdala ng picture na may bulaklak. Di ba? Ganun siya. Next nito is drawings. So maybe likeness of real things or symbolic representations as a map, charts, graphs, and cartoons. So just like the graphics na. Pero pwede siyang, yeah, that's the drawing. Next is visual display device. It's come in the form of chalkboards, marker boards, flip charts, bulletin. Yan, mostly makikita mo to sa bulletin. Next is the projections device. Maybe slide, film strip, projections, or yeah, projectors. Yan. Yan yung ating instructional tools. Ito yung part ng visuals. Diba? Pwede realistic, pwede sa expression, pwede sa canvas, pwede sa papers. Yan, sakop yan sa visual, yung part lahat na yan. Yan sa, next naman is sound recording or the audio media. Sorry. Sa sound recording, ito yung, ano bang included dyan sa sound recording? Ano ba yung ating dapat makita dyan? Ano bang mga sample ng sound recording natin? Audio media. Anyone?
MP3.
Yes, MP3, lahat ng kumakanta. Ano pa?
Recordings.
Recordings, yes. Ano pa?
Radio.
Yan, radio. Yan yung mga materials na pwede natin gamitin sa ating instructional plan. Which is, magagamit mo yung recording, yung audio tapes, yung compact disc. Wala na to kasi mostly ngayon, mga upgraded na, no? Radio, meron pa naman radio, recorder, and players that has playback capability. Ito, dito papasok yung film, televisions, and computers. And, sa ngayon, ito yung importante, yung computers and internet. Importante siya ngayon. Next dyan is concrete abstract continuum. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng concrete to abstract? What do you think? Anyone can explain or ideas that can share in our report for this afternoon? Anyone? About you, Ma'am Joy? Do you have any ideas about the concrete and the abstract? In his, dito sa explanation na to, ano yung magiging ibig sabihin, ano yung explanation dito? Anyone? How about you, Sir Adonai?
Can I?
Yes, ma'am. You can.
Like for example, if you're going to teach your student, importante na ma-experience mo na nila at first hand yung
Yes.
experiences. Like for example, paano ba? Dapat alam nila kung ano yung sabihin natin, real apple.
Mm-hmm.
May idea sila kung ano talaga yung real apple. And then, eventually, pagka na-embed na sa mind nila kung ano yung original na itsura ng apple, pwede
Yes.
ka na proceed sa pag-i-introduce sa kanila ng abstract understanding about doon sa real apple. So you can use some pictures or let's just say GIF na nagpo-portray ng apple.
Yes, tama. That's right. So, sa bata, importante sa kanila na ma-experience muna yung bagay. Kumari, just like sinabi nga ni Ma'am Donna, dapat alam muna nila kung ano yung apple, yung shape ng apple, mahawakan nila, matouch. Before mo gagamit yun, before mapunta sila sa abstract. Bakit? Kasi kapag hindi nila alam na ito yung apple, pagdating dun sa abstract, mahirapan sila mag-identify if is that really the apple or it's just mango or just bananas, 'di ba? Mas maganda sa estudyante na before mo siya ilagay dun sa abstract, experience mo na nila ano yung yung concrete ng ipapakita mo. Yun yung concrete and abstract. Thank you, Ma'am Donna. Next is ito. What are the factors affecting the selections of media for instruction? Ano ba yung mga factors? What do you think the factor? Anyone? What do you think the factors of affecting the selections of media for instruction? What is the first factor? What do you think?
Human.
Yes, human. Human ang unang factor, which is first niyan is yung learner's factor. Ito yung refers to the learner difference that can influence media choice. So, learners is one of the factor of affecting the selections of media instruction. Bakit nga ba? Bakit ba naging factor itong learners na to? Ano bang meron sa kanila? Kasi, they have individual differences. Students are diverse, di ba? We believe that students are diverse. They believe that we are all diverse, di ba? And student, iba-iba yung attention span ng estudyante. It will depends in their age, their background, their attitude. Pag mga bata, napakaliit lang ng span nila. 'Di ba? Pagdating sa media. Ewan ko lang ngayon kasi parang na-addict sila sa computers. But before, yung attention span nila about dyan is napakakunti lang. Kaya nagiging effect din yon. Nagiging isang factor din yon. 'Di ba? Next niyan is numbers of learners. Siyempre, pag konti, sorry, iba din yung ating selection of media. Physical disabilities of learners. Next dyan is if there's a learners, of course, there's a teachers. Teachers factors refers to those that affect the success of media implementation. Saka naman, yung factors yung success ng media implementation. It will depends on the teachers, how they going to implement the media or the instruction. Yan, nakadepende doon sa skills and handling the technology of media. We know that we are using online class, synchronous class. So, we all know that hindi lahat ng teachers alam yung media, di ba? Is that true? Do you believe that na hindi naman lahat ng teachers alam yung media? Tama? Kaya nagiging isang factor yon sa paggamit ng media kasi hindi naman lahat educated sa media. Yung teacher's habits, di ba? Yung teacher's attitude toward a certain technology. May ibang teachers na hindi gusto yung technology. May iba naman teachers, yung mga bata-bata pa, yung mga millennials na teachers, gusto nila yung technology kasi na ano na yun, simula ng pagkabata na nakaano na sila ng technology. What about dun sa mga old teachers? Ano kaya yung magiging attitude nila? So, it's clear na yung iba hindi nila gusto yung technology. Kaya nagiging factor din yon sa pag-choose ng ating yung implementation ng technology. Next naman, isang factor sa effective selection of media for instruction is yung instructional method. The method of instructional dictates or limits or choice of presentation media. Yan. It's self-regulated learning methods or lectures expository. Then, last, isa din sa naging factor yung practical constraints. What do you mean by practical constraints? It's administrative and economic constraint, both limit the choice of method of media. Next is yung ating objectives. Objectives can be obtained the presentation to be made more economic use. Yung ating availability, yung ating resources, isa din yun sa nagiging factor. Yung ating environment, and yung hanggang environment na siya. Here we have instructional objective content. So what are these? First is for information. For information may be disseminated and directional. So, for instruction requires a two-way communication between transmitter and receiver. Okay, almost done. Ito na. Dito na tayo sa selections of learning activities. Paano ba tayo mag-select ng learning activities para sa ating mga estudyante? First, is students should be profit from the experience. Dapat, what do you mean by profit? Yung, ano ang Tagalog sa profit, Ma'am Donna?
Ano, sorry?
Ano ang Tagalog ng, ano to? Profit?
Kita ba?
Ha?
Di ba kita? Hindi ko alam. Kita ba?
Kita?
Oo.
Parang tubo. Ganun.
Yeah, tubo. Sabi dito, students should be profit from the experience. Ibig sabihin, they will be, dapat mas matuto pa ang estudyante doon sa learning activities na gagawin mo. Diba? Kasi sa learning activities, anong nakalagay doon? Doon na yung review, yung drills, yung ating lesson presentation, doon na makikita. So, dapat, doon sa learning activities mo, dapat yung student is lalong matuto sa kanilang experience. Next is, experience should help student meet their needs. So, yung experience should be makakatulong doon sa estudyante na ma-meet yung needs nila. Next is consider student interest in activity. So always remember as a future teachers, we need to consider yung interest ng estudyante. Kasi pag hindi natin makuha yung interest ng estudyante, magiging invalid yung ating paggawa ng ating yung ating learning activities. Kasi hindi naging masaya yung estudyante, so hindi nag-expand yung kanilang experience na supposedly yung experience nila ay makakatulong sa kanila para ma-meet yung needs nila. 'Di ba? Next is experience should encourage student to inquire further. 'Di ba? Yung experience dapat ng estudyante ay maka-encourage na mag-inquire sila lalo yung parang maging aggressive sila na lalo pang matuto sa tinuturo mo. Dapat makikita yan sa iyong learning activities. Dapat doon pa lang makikita mo na talagang they are willing to learn. They want to yung parang meron silang, sir, gusto pa naming matuto, yung parang they are inquire further. Experience should be authentic, is contextualized and grounded on the real world. Best thing sa paggawa ng ating instructional plan. Best thing sa atin na dapat we need to, 'di ba, pag sa ating facilitating learning, they teach us how to make learner centered, which there dapat ang iyong ituturo is real world na kaagad, para at least paglabas ng mga estudyante di na sila magtaka pa, uy, ganito pala yung ating mundo, di ba? Dapat yun ang ating diyan dapat makikita sa learning activities. Experience should provide for the attainment of range of objective. Next, experience should provide opportunities for both board study and deep study. Yan, to give opportunity. Next is yung ating instructional media selection. Ito na yung about naman dito sa process, selection process. Ano yung mga dapat nating isipin? So first, determine if the content in instructions or information. I-determine muna natin kung ano yung content natin sa ating instruction or ating information. Next is determine transmissions method. Yes. Next is determine lesson characteristic. Yan ang ating para isipin, yung lesson characteristic. Select an initial class of media. Next is analyze media characteristic. Okay, pagtapos mong select, analyze mo siya. Next is, in the last one, is plan the development testing of the medium and lesson materials. So, I think that's my report. So, any questions about my report? That's the end of my report. Thank you for listening, and I hope you learned something from me. And also, I also learned my report today. So, any question, any inquiry, or any violent reaction?
None, sir.
No?
None.
So, thank you very much for listening in my report. So, next reporter will be General Principles and Method of Teaching. You can...
Me.
Yes, you can now...
So, ang next topic is the general principles and methods of teaching. So, first is we will discuss about the concepts in principles and methods of teaching. So, what do you think is principle? Di ba? Meron din tayong bilang tao, meron din tayo kanya-kanyang prinsipyo sa buhay, di ba? So, sa education, meron ding principle. So, it says that a principle is a general fundamental law, doctrine, or assumption, a primary source of origin, role, or code of conduct. So, kumbaga, ito yung chain ng reasoning natin as a foundation ng truth na kung ano yung pinapaniwalaan natin. And next is the approach. Yung approach naman is a viewpoint toward teaching. So ito naman yung set ng principles, beliefs, or ideas about the nature of learning which is translated into the classroom. And methods. So ang method naman is ito yung kumbaga may process siya, procedure employed to accomplish the lesson objectives. So ano siya, it is a systematic series of teacher actions aimed teaching objective that has effort consists of structured procedures based on the selected approach. And strategy. Ang strategy is the general design of how the lesson will be delivered. Yung strategy is ano siya, ito siya ay long-term plan of action designed para ma-achieve yung particular goal. And next is technique. Ito yung style or art of carrying out the steps of a method. Kumbaga, ito yung like sa teacher, ito yung skills niya kung paano niya i-manage and i-perform yung teaching practices na meron siyang i-implement. Like kung paano siya magka-handle sa classroom, kung paano niya gagamitin yung steps. Nagets nyo ba? Or meron kayong ibang additional concepts sa definition sa mga concepts?
Wala.
So proceed tayo. So next is principles. Ano ba yung function ng principles? Can someone read the functions of principles?
Okay, ma'am. So the functions of principle serves a basis of intelligence and profitable practice. Should serve not only to stimulate, direct, and guide, but interpret school practice.
So yan, ano siya, parang siya yung guide ng sa school practice, and it serves as, sabi nga, serves as basis of intelligence. Ayan. So ano ba yung mga principles underlying instructions? So ang principles na underlying instructions is the first is the principle of context. Learning depends largely on the setting materials in which the process goes on. This principle comes in different scales of application. So sa context, it means yung context is setting. So instruction ay magiging effective siya kapag yung learning is taking place through the situation or circumstances that provide setting materials for the process learning to go on. So, examples dito is like yung mga textbook with supplementary materials, non-academic and current materials, multisensory aids, field experiences, personal and social community understanding. So, next is the principle of focus. Instruction must be organized about a focus or direction. So, with the word focus, it means na parang ito yung concentration ng instruction. So, ano ba yung mga examples ng focus? Like for example, sa book, dapat meron tayong halimbawa, ito sa specific na page na to yung assignment, or kumbaga yung announced topic together with page or chapter references. Hindi yung basta-basta lang na parang ito basahin nyo yung book na to, but sa focus is talagang meron siyang specific or with page talaga siya or chapter references. And next is the principle of socialization. Instruction depends upon the social setting in which it is done. So, it is a continuous process of acquiring norms, values, and behavior. So, it is characterized by like from submission, and then there is a cooperation. So, nagpo-promote siya ng social skills sa ating mga students. Next is the principle of individualization. So, instruction must progress in terms of the learner's own purposes, aptitudes, abilities, and experimental procedures. So, sabi nga di ba kanina, tayong individuals, meron tayong kanya-kanyang abilities, aptitudes, purpose. So, diverse tayo. So, there is a principle of individualization sa ating instruction. And then, principle of sequence. So, sa sequence, instructions depends on effective ordering of a series learning task. So, like, for example, from meaningless to emergence of meaning. So, kumbaga, wala siyang meaning hanggang sa nagkaroon siya ng meaning. And from immediate to remote, from concrete to symbolic as what we discussed a while ago, and from crude to discriminating. And last is the principle of evaluation. Learning is heightened by a valid and discriminating of all its aspect. So ito yung systematic process na dinidetermine natin kung what extent yung instructional objectives natin, kung ano yung na-achieve niya. So that's why there is evaluation, kasi para ma-measure natin kung na-achieve ba talaga yung ating objectives. Nakikinig pa ba kayo? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes po.
Next ay sa general approaches of teaching. So sa general approaches of teaching is meron tayong direct approach and indirect approach. So sa direct approach, ito ay teacher-oriented, passive learners, content-oriented. So ito yung parang structure setting, highly structured siya, which is yung mga learners dito is passive. Sila lang yung nagre-receive ng information from the teacher, na pag nagdi-discuss yung teacher, parang yun lang, sila yung mga nakaupo lang. Alam naman natin yun kung ano yung teacher-learner center teaching. And next is indirect approach. So sa indirect approach naman, ito is learner-centered, and yung learner ang nagko-control. They are also active learners and exploratory strategies. So yung aim dito is to generate the knowledge. So it's also has parang experience oriented, kasi yung mga learner dito is active, unlike sa direct approach. So ano nga ba yung mga direct instruction methodology? So the first one is deductive teaching, anticipatory or explanatory deduction. It presents a rule, concept, generalization, principle, and illustrate these rule concepts. So ito yung more on instructor-centered approach sa education. And like yung concepts at mga generalization ay ini-introduce ng teacher sa learners, and then followed by specific examples, activities para mag-support ng learning, and lessons are generally conducted in lecture form with minimal dialogue between educators and their learners. And next is yung showing method. Yung showing method naman is it's also a teacher-centered strategy that uses teacher explanation and modeling combined with student practice and feedback to teach concepts and skills. So sa showing method, it's ensure the mastery of the skills. Nagpo-promote siya ng learning of declarative knowledge and help students to learn procedural knowledge. So with the word show, 'di ba? Yung teacher is meron siyang kumbaga pinapakita sa estudyante and then explain. And next is lecture discussion. So it's yung lecture discussion, more on siya sa traditional din, teacher-directed model design to keep learners understand relationship organized bodies of knowledge. So ito naman is pag lecture discussion, yung teacher is like nagsasalita lang siya about the facts, concepts, kung anong mga principles and procedures, and make the relationship between them explicit and clear. So ito ay repetitive cycle siya ng presenting ng information and monitoring the comprehension combined with integration. So, 'di ba mostly nararanasan natin 'to yung lecture discussion sa classroom. And next is demonstration strategy. Demonstration strategy is teacher presents and talks about a process, a concept, and shows the principles. So, tingin nyo, ano yung difference ng showing method sa, sa demonstration strategy? Anyone can, share kung ano yung para sa inyo, para lang sa inyo kung ano yung difference niya. Meron ba?
Ano
So,
yun, Joy? Isa?
demonstration at showing strategy, showing method at demonstration strategy.
Difference nila?
Oo.
No,
Kasi
pag sinabi,
parang related sila eh. Parang ganun. Pero they are different.
hula lang. Ano, parang
Sige.
sinabing showing strategy, parang inaano mo lang, pinapakita mo lang sa kanila, parang pahapiyaw lang. It's just a brief presentation. Whereas pag sinabi mong demonstration strategy, mas precise siya, mas concise, mas tinatakal mo kung ano talaga yung deeper understanding doon sa context na gusto mong i-discuss sa mga estudyante mo.
Yes. So, pag demonstration strategy, kumbaga halimbawa ako yung teacher, gagawin ko talaga, I will act or imomodel ko siya kung paano ginagawa. Kumbaga active kang nag-engage sa mga learners o nagmo-model ka kung ano yung pwedeng gawin. Unlike sa showing is, hindi ka nagmo-model doon, kumbaga pinapakita mo lang. Tama ba?
Ang galing, ganun.
Yes po.
So, ang next is indirect instruction methodology. So, sa indirect instruction methodology, meron tayong inductive teaching strategy. So, sa inductive teaching strategy, a discovery learning strategy where students form own conclusions, generalizations when they are ready to do so. Kulang ata yan. So, sa inductive strategy, it is a powerful strategy for helping the students deeper their understanding of content and develop their inference and evidence gathering skills. So, example dito ay like if given 20 specific weather-related terms. So, yung student might group the terms into an initial set or categories labeled precipitations, like sa weather instruments, and how weather feels. So, yung, yung inductive learning, hindi lang siya nagsastop at categorization. However, it also asks students to use their labeled groups to develop a set of working hypotheses about the content to come. Then, during the learning, yung students ay nakakollect sila ng evidence to verify or refine each of their hypothesis. So, yun ang inductive teaching strategy. So, sa inquiry approach, engages learner in critical thinking, analysis, problem solving, and investigative work. So, with the word inquiry or inquire, so, ito yung parang teaching approach na nag-emphasize ng students to questions yung ideas and sa observations nila. So, instructors or the teachers actively encourage students to share their thoughts and to respectfully challenge, test, and redefine ideas. So, it encouraged the students, sa inquiry approach, ay ini-encourage yung students to ask questions and investigate their own ideas na mag-help sa pag-improve ng kanilang problem-solving skills as well as to gain understanding. So, these are also important in our life skills. So, ano ba yung forms ng inquiry? Ang unang form ay guided inquiry. Teacher provides data, problems, questions to students. So, guided with the word guide. So, ang teacher yung nagpo-provide ng data, problems, questions to students. And next one is open inquiry. Student give solutions, gather data, and draw conclusion. So open meaning kumbaga kahit ano lang, kung open para sa kahit ano. And then individualized inquiry. Students worked independently with the word individual. So kanya-kanya sila about sa pag-inquire or pag ano ng kanilang ideas. So sa indirect instruction methodology, yung yung inquiry yung inquiry approach is meron siyang scientific ways of solving. So first is they have to define the problems, magpo-formulate sila ng hypothesis, mag-gather ng data, data yan guys, sorry, analyze and interpreting data and making conclusion. So basically, like sa pagre-research, di ba? Pagre-research natin is like also the inquiry na you have to define problems. So this ways will help in the inquiry approach. Next is laboratory investigative approach. So ito naman hands-on experience about materials or facts obtained from research, investigation, or experiences that is used to develop skills in basic science process and discover through experiences. So sa laboratory, andun yung mga materials where in yung students ay nagpa-perform sila about the facts and so about the facts and through sa kanilang uh, i-investigate ng pag-i-investigate and their experience is they discover, meron silang nadi-discover sa mga ginagawa nila. So it used to develop skills in basic science process. It's also a develop-centered thinking skills. It involved all students in manipulative skills, and yung role ng teacher sa laboratory investigative approach is sila yung nagsusupervise ng mga ginagawa ng estudyante, and it's also help the students in proper handling of tools, equipment, and laboratory materials. So next is the problem-solving approach. So ano ba yung problem-solving approach? It is an approach that develop higher-order thinking skills as learners search informations and find best solution to a problem. So with the word problem-solving, so merong problem na dapat isolve yung mga estudyante. So through solving ng problem is nade-develop yung kanilang critical thinking skills. And next is discovery teaching. So the discovery teaching, learners participate actively in the learning process and depends on their own sites, reflections, and experiences. So kung ano yung nadidiscover nila, they learn from it, and syempre, kumbaga, depende yun sa kung ano yung nakikita nila or kanilang insights through their experiences. So sa discovery teaching strategies is merong inductive discovery and deductive discovery. So sa inductive discovery, it is a process where the learner discovers rules by observing examples. And sa deductive discovery, concepts and generalizations are introduced first to learners, followed by specific examples and activities to support learning. So next is the concept attainment development. So ito ay inductive teaching strategy din designed to help students reinforce their understanding of concepts and practice hypothesis testing based on the positive and negative examples presented to them. And last is yung project method. Ito yung project method, students complete certain tasks in a natural manner which involves the use of materials to complete the activity. So, lahat naman siguro tayo naka-experience sa about doing projects, which is nag-involve talaga siya ng um, physical ano natin. And then it also develops ng sense of cooperation and responsibility to complete a task. So ang iba pang indirect model strategies of teaching. So sa other indirect models ay there is problem-based instruction or PBI. It consists of presenting students with authentic or meaningful situations that can serve as springboards for investigations and inquiry. So ito is yung strategy in which students actively resolve complex problems in realistic situation. So, ang example is like students pitching ideas and creating their own business plans to solve a societal needs. So, when they create, students could work independently or in a group to conceptualize, design, and launch their innovative product in front of classmates and community leaders. So, ayun ang example ng PBI, which is they are um, resolving ng problems sa isang realistic or totoong sitwasyon, kung totoong nangyayari. And next is yung constructivist models, a perspective of teaching and learning in which a learner constructs meaning from experience and interaction with others. So, ayun nga kay Dewey, sabi niya is learning is a social activity. It is something we do together in interaction with each other rather than an abstract concept. So, sa constructivist model, ito yung kumbaga by socializing sa ibang tao is we can learn something from them. So there is an experience at yun yung matututunan natin kung yung pag-i-interact sa ibang tao. So next is Ate Donna.
Okay, so for continuation, for general approaches to teaching, I will be discussing the following strategies. So, metacognitive strategy. So, this is a kind of a strategy na we are going to use as a teacher if we wanted to help our students develop their metacognitive skills. Because this type of a strategy is letting our students be trained to become aware and to have the fully control about their own learning experiences through metacognitive process. And of course, just like what I've said a while ago, when we say metacognitive strategy, we all know that it is somewhat related with metacognition, as yung root word niya is metacognition, wherein this is actually very vital or very important for the students, because we are not only, this is not just only a preparation for their college level. It has something to do with their future career and lifelong learning at the same time, kasi it will help them promote the parang embracing the responsibility or autonomy, and it will help them have the resiliency as well. And of course, if the students will be able to improve their metacognitive skills somewhat, they can embrace the different growth of mindsets, and they will eventually learn from their own mistakes. And of course, if I'm going to associate it with my own major, which is English, of course, and I wanted to help my students to elevate their reading comprehension, so I will just use some of the examples of metacognitive strategies that has something to do with reading aspects. At isa na dito is yung reading strategies. And I have 3 examples, which is the before reading or pre-reading strategies, wherein you as a teacher, you will help your students to assess themselves whether they have preconceived ideas about that certain topic. Like for example, if I'm going to let my students read a story about the magic pomegranate, then I will just show them a picture and ask them about their preconceived ideas based doon sa pinakita ko sa kanila na what do you call this one? Magic pomegranate or pomegranate. And with that help of picture, they will be able to to make connections. So what is the relation? They will make a like prediction. What is the relation of that specific picture to our next discussion? And they will eventually ask questions about it. So with the help of pre-reading, you are parang allowing your students rather to be interested for the next topic that you're going to discuss. And the next one, of course, is during reading. This is conducted when you let your student read 1 to 2 paragraph, let's just say, and then you will ask them to pause for a while, just for 2 minutes, and throw some guiding questions that is somewhat related to during reading. Like for example, if you wanted to have self-check about their understanding doon sa first and second paragraph ng story, then tatanungin mo sila, why is it that the author eventually parang decided to put this certain character in that specific situation. And with that, eventually, yung mga estudyante mo, makakapag-create sila ulit ng panibagong connection. And they will somehow build another prediction about the story based dun sa nabasa lang nila na first and second paragraph. And you will going to, what do you call this one? Parang magbibigay sila ng mga another karagdagan na questions based doon sa mga observation nila. And yun nga, they will have their own inferences and eventually mag-create sila ng conceived summarization doon sa nabasa nila kahit hindi pa natatapos yung story. So ayan, so tinutulungan mo yung estudyante mo na maging curious at mas lalong ganahan magbasa ng story na yun. And the next one is after reading strategy. So this is conducted or done by a professor or let's just say instructor if you wanted to assess or evaluate your students' understanding based on the story na binigay mo sa kanila. And with the help of the guide question, of course, magkakaroon sila ulit ng panibagong connection that is far different from the first and the second connection na ginawa nila. Doon, yung prediction na yun na meron sa first and second prediction na binigay nila sa'yo, is doon nila marirealize na, oh, yung prediction ko pala from the first and second strategies that were done wasn't actually related, or pwede naman on the other way around, it could be related. And then they will eventually build another sets of questions na, bakit ganito? Why is it like this? Why did the author parang do this kind of thing para i-emphasize yung character yung attitude ng isang character sa story. And magkakaroon ulit sila ng panibagong inferences that is somewhat related from the two previous inferences that they've made. And of course, dito magkakaroon na sila ng concrete summarization about the story that they've read a while ago. Kasi nagkaroon na sila ng intact idea kung ano yung flow ng story. And when are we going to use this kind of a strategy? Of course, we will use metacognitive strategies rather. First, kailangan naman talaga natin na mag-plan, di ba? No matter what kind of strategies what we're going to do, we should use it in order to meet our goals. So what are that goals? So in my case, I use the metacognitive reading strategies because I wanted to help my student to elevate their reading comprehension or the level of their reading comprehension and decide what resources are needed. Parang sinabi kanina ni Sir Pax na, of course, when we're making an objective or kahit as just planning of strategies, we must consider about the resources that are really available or what are those resources na needed natin. So in my case, I will be needing some handout for stories kasi I will be distributing it to my students because we're going to read, let's just say, a poem or a short story. And third is we wanted to monitor own progress. So we're going to do this or integrate metacognitive strategy if we wanted to monitor the progress of our students. So i-assess ko ngayon yung ginamit ko na strategy. Ang metacognitive reading strategy ba na ginamit ko ay somewhat helpful to my students? Were they able to understand it clearly? Compare not when I'm going to use metacognitive reading strategies sa pagtuturo ko sa kanila ng story. And then eventually, with that process, you will be able to have that fully grasp na the evaluation that you did for your students are progressive. Meron talaga siyang kinahinatnan. And then the next one is reflective teaching. And this is very important, not just only for the sake of the students, but for us future educator as well. Kasi we will be able to, individualize kung what are those things that are needed to improve or considered first. If there are things na need to be altered or revamped, it can be an interpretation of experiences or actions, or it could be some decisions or belief na could be very valuable for the analysis ng discussion na ibibigay natin sa students natin, or yung assimilate ng mga students natin based on what we're teaching to them. And when we're going to use reflective teaching, of course, if we wanted to acquire concrete experiences, just like what I've said a while ago, if you're just like what I've made an example a while ago na about apple, yung real apple, you're allowing your students to have that fully understanding about what real apple is. So with that, you are acquiring, or you are providing a concrete experiences for your student, and somehow that concrete experience, they will be able to analyze that one. Oh, ganito pala yung ibig sabihin ng ganito pala yung itsura ng apple. And somewhat at some point, when you move on to the next level, which is rather abstraction, they will be able to have that fully understanding na, oh, I know this one, even though it's just a picture. I know that this is apple kasi I was able to hold the real apple. Diba? So, meron na silang ganong understanding. And it wouldn't be hard for them to apply the generalization that they've acquired somewhat from that concrete experience, because they were be able to embrace or to experience the actual situation rather. And the next one is what we call the cooperative learning strategies. When we say cooperative learning strategies, these are the strategies wherein we used to integrate if we wanted to help our students love or embrace the beauty of collaboration. Kasi in this case, this is a type of activity kasi na they are going to work with other people. So they're going to work a specific task in a team. Parang nasa isang team sila. So it's not just by doing an individualized task, 'di ba? So ayun. So what are the feature of cooperative learning strategy rather? So it must be heterogeneously grouped, meaning dapat you must what do you call this one? You need to ask your student to form a group, kasi it wouldn't be possible if they are just doing it with themselves. Just like what I've said a while ago, it should be performed or done by group. And interdependence among members. Of course, they must assume their responsibility as a group. So it's not just one specific person who's going to work with the whole task. So they must have that preconceived ideas that the moment they go into that specific group, meron na silang assumed responsibilities. So it wouldn't be hard for the facilitator to disseminate or to designate the workloads for each and every one of them. Katulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, dapat meron silang accountability as an individual. So it wouldn't be hard for the facilitator to disseminate or to instruct them on what they're going to accomplish with. And lastly, explicit teaching of collaborative skills. Of course, it wouldn't be possible kung yung task or work na yun is hindi siya makakandak kung hindi gagamitan ng collaborative skills rather. Okay? So there are several variants. What are these kinds of variants? Okay, let's go over. So, jigsaw. Ayan. So, siguro naman we're all familiar what jigsaw is, diba? Sino sa inyong may idea kung ano yung jigsaw? Does any one of you here knows? Pwede nyo ba kung tulungan kung ano yung jigsaw. Hello, nandyan pa
Limot
ba
na.
kayo? Limot na?
Limot na
Kung
po.
ano, kung ano yung jigsaw?
Yes.
Jigsaw para siyang alam niyo, sige, let's just put it this way. We have a piece of puzzles. And of course, yung puzzle hindi siya mabubuo without the help of other pieces, 'di ba? Kahit
Aha.
isa lang mawawala, hindi mo siya pwedeng sabihin na buo yung puzzle kasi there's one piece na missing eh. So just like sa jigsaw, hindi mabubuo yung isang context or understanding ng isang bata kung walang specific pieces na ipagko-connect natin sa isa't isa. So, tingnan natin dito. So the first one, katulad ng ibang activity, cooperative learning strategies as well, kailangan mo din i-group yung mga estudyante mo, of course. So kailangan din magkaroon ng reporting, sharing of ideas about that specific topic na dinisect mo. And then, somehow, sa group na yon na, sige, sabihin natin, ang ituturo ko sa estudyante ko ay figure of speech. Sabihin natin sa figure of speech merong 10. Ngayon, 10 din yung mga estudyante mo. Then I will designate per type doon sa mga estudyante na yon. So one student that holds, let's just say, alliteration, pupunta sa same group sa ibang group na merong number 1 din na hawak na alliteration. So lahat ng mga alliteration under one group, magsasama-sama sila, magdi-discuss sila doon, magkakaroon sila ng discussion. Kung tama ba yung pagkakaintindi nila sa specific topic na yon na naka-assign sa kanila. And somehow, at some point, pagkatapos na yung rotation na yun, babalik na ulit sila sa home group nila para i-share kung ano yung nag-gather nila na ideas galing sa ibang group. Yan yung jigsaw. And why do we need to use jigsaw? Of course, it is important for us to integrate jigsaw as a part of cooperative learning strategies because it doesn't only encourage cooperative learning among students, but it also helps them elevate or build their comprehension level. Kasi natutulungan natin yung mga students natin na mag-isip kasi they're using their critical skills. They're able to think critically and logically with that. And of course, it also helps them to improve their listening and communication skills, lalo na yung problem-solving skills nila. Kasi jigsaw is not just only applicable for one specific specialization. It could be used for any other major, or it could be used in MAPE, depending on how you will integrate it on your discussion. Kung sabihin natin regarding sa health, it's up to you kasi you will be the one to use it anyway. When to use it? Of course, how and when to use it. Just like what I've said a while ago, you should form first a group. And with that, you need to divide the material into sections. Katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, if I will going to teach my students about, let's just say, figure of speech, sabihin natin I have 10 parts of figure of speech. And those 10 parts na yun consist of 10 students as well, di ba? So you will let your let's just say, one member of your group to take care of that specific section of material and go to other group para magkaroon ng discussion. But on that group, lang sila? Like lahat sila puro number 1. Magkakaroon lang sila ng brainstorming. And if that group were be able to meet those other groups na may similar section na sa kanila, then eventually pwede na silang bumalik doon sa nila, sa grupo nila para i-share na yung idea na yun sa mga mga kasama nila. Okay, so the next one is what we call the student teams achievement strategy rather. So this is a kind of a strategy wherein group activity din siya, pero you are allowing your students to have an interaction to master a specific academic material. I'm not pretty sure about this one, pero based on my own understanding dito, maybe let's just say na yung estudyante mo hinahayaan mo sila na magkaroon ng collaboration sa isa't isa kung ano yung mga uh, pagkakaintindi nila. So, nagkakaroon ng brainstorming somewhat. Pero if you guys have different perspective about this strategy, you can freely share. Okay, so how and when to use this one? Of course, if you wanted to present a certain information, and if the students are divided into learning teams to master lessons using worksheets. So ayan, kung gusto mo pala yung estudyante mo na ma-master yung isang specific topic, you will just give them like worksheets na pwede nilang pagpraktisan para naman ma-master nila yung lesson na yon. And if you wanted to like promote discussion, tutoring session, or quizzing one another, then maybe STAS is a very good example of that strategy. Kasi magkakaroon sila ng ng improvement from their previous performances at magkakaroon din sila ng additional understanding about certain points na binigay mo sa kanila during that time. And of course, there are some essential teaching techniques as well that we must know. So what are these? The discussion. I know that all of us are familiar with this, but I'll just try to go over with it. So this is what we call the getting away from the traditional classroom procedure of asking and answer recitation style. So parang newly upgraded. If we were once a teacher-centered, maybe this is somewhat student-centered. Ganun na siguro. Ganun yung pagkakaintindi ko eh. And it is also used as a tool for implementing democratic process in teaching and learning transaction. Of course, pag nagdi-discuss tayo sa classroom, we are not just only allowing ourself, rather. Like for example, kung teacher tayo, na magsasalita. So you want your student to have involvement about discussion eh. Oo, tinansya ko na yan. Discussion eh. Parang you will allow them to have that freedom to participate or to give their feedback, remarks, or any ideas about the topic that you've been teaching to them or you discussing as a whole class. And eventually, they will be able to have that desire of understanding kasi they will be able to analyze or evaluate certain texts or certain principles, let's just say, from out of that discussion na ginagawa nyo out of that discussion rather. So what are the several steps that we must consider if we wanted to implement discussion as part of cooperative strategies? So the first one is we must provide or we must set objectives at first. Of course, in anything that we do, we must have a specific goal, sabihin natin. A specific na gusto nating ma-accomplish. And with that, how are we going to relay it with discussion? Siyempre, bago tayo mag-start mag-discuss, kailangan alam natin kung what particular topic yung kailangan natin i-discuss. And with that case, we will be able to know which one to focus and what not. Next, pagka meron na tayong understanding about what thing to discuss, kailangan ma-maintain natin yung yung flow ng discussion. Kailangan hindi tayo mawala doon. Kasi paano natin maiintindihan or yung audience natin, paano nila maiintindihan yung discussion nyo kung hindi organized, kung sabog-sabog, di ba? And the fourth one is ending the discussion. Of course, towards the ending of the discussion, you must ensure as a discussant or let's just say as a panel leader or discussant leader na ang tawag dito, congruent from the very beginning up to the last discussion, dapat the ideas or the information, dapat congruent sila, dapat in line with each other. And last, briefing the discussion, of course. Before anything else, before we end our discussion, kailangan naman talaga there's this someone who will summarize everything. Now will serve as parang bridge. Na if there are things your audience couldn't understand with, like if there are comments or questions or clarification, kailangan yun i-tackle during briefing of the discussion kasi that would serve as a generalization itself. Okay, so there are types of discussion procedures. So let's go over with it. Panel forum, a direct conversational interactional discussion among a small group of experts or well-informed laypersons. So if we're going to put it on a layman's term, this is somewhat of informal conversation. If you are familiar with, I know all of us are familiar kasi we keep on seeing this every Sabbath, diba? Every Sabbath. Have you noticed that every Sabbath morning there's this panel forum na kinakandak during Sabbath lesson? Parang there are some specific teachers, or let's just say participants na who is having a conversational interactional discussion, pero ano lang sila, small group, and their expertise about Sabbath lesson ay dinidiscuss nila, sinishare nila yun kasi they are considered as the the well-informed layperson. Sila lang yung what do you call this one, parang merong right or may key na mag-discuss doon sa in front kasi sila yung pinili na mag-share noon sa audience or dun sa mga nagsisimba sa PIC. Okay, so yung feature niya, so just like any other intellectual conversation or intelligent conversation. So, yung participants or yung nagdi-discuss, dapat meron silang loud voice na maririnig somewhat ng mga audience nila. Kaya nga, di ba, pag nasa pulpit sila, they are using microphones because if they will just not, if they wouldn't use a microphone, audience from the far back wouldn't hear them though. Next one is success depends on the preparation done before the meeting, the wise selection of participants, and the discussant leaders. So, ayan. So, just like, tag dito, Mayora, paad daw si Joy, nawala daw siya.
Andito na, te.
Okay, so, just like any other just like any other form of discussion, of course, yung success nung ginagawa nyo will eventually rely on how much you prepared for that meeting. Kasi if you're not prepared rather, I bet it wouldn't be successful as it is. Kasi you're not you didn't even give enough like attention para pag-aralan yung information that you're going to present with. Okay, so meron tayong assumed na positions. So the first one is the leader or the chairperson. So let's just take a look kung ano yung kanyang trabaho bilang a chairperson. So first, emphasizes tactfulness and purpose of philosophy of discussion. So siya yung tao na i-inform sa audience kung bakit kailangan nila magkaroon ng discussion. So what is the main purpose of this discussion? Why are these people sitting in front of you having informal conversation with nothing, di ba? Parang ganun. Ganun yung role niya. The second one, keeps the conversation moving from point A to point B. Of course, ang isa sa mahalagang role is dapat makonect niya kung ano yung sinasabi ng isa. For example, yung galing sa point A na information, tapos merong isa galing sa point B, dapat mapagsama niya yun para mag-keep going yung conversation at somewhat maintindihan ng mga audience kung ano na yung flow. And he needs to make sure na ang lahat ng mga kasama sa discussion na yun ay nagsasalita at nakakapag-express ng gusto nilang sabihin. And they will be able to clarify some points also that would be helpful for the audience. Next, kailangan i-maintain yan yung position na yun na kung saan hindi siya kasali doon sa discussion. So, kailangan alam niya na hindi siya member ng panel. Kumbaga, ang gagawin niya lang, facilitator. Magko-connect the dots lang siya ng mga certain information. But it is the panel's duty na mag-share ng information. Next ay kailangan meron din siyang attitude na kung saan ay kaya niyang mag-work with a team and not just doing it by himself. Kasi with that, it will not work pagka ganun, kung self-centered siya. And katulad nga sinabi ko kanina, hindi siya part nung panel, kaya ang kanyang trabaho, part of his job is just to summarize the discussions that the panelists have done. If there are certain comments or questions coming from the audience, so it is his job. It is his job to collect those questions and somewhat relay it to the panelist para naman sila yung mag-entertain ng questions na yun at magbigay ng answer. So, ayan. So, yung responsibility naman ng participants in panel. So, obviously, kailangan nilang magsalita in a formal manner no matter how informal the conversation, most specifically in panel forum. And nagko-contribute sila sa conversation na yun by giving a brief remarks about each other. Like for example, sa PIC, kung halimbawa nagsalita si Pastor Mangiliman about salvation, tapos nandun si Pastor Molina na part ng discussion, kailangan si Pastor Molina may masabi siya doon sa sinabi ni Pastor Mangiliman. Dapat may karagdagan na information or di kaya ay mag-agree siya doon sa sinabi ni Pastor Mangiliman. Make sure that it should be heard by the audience. Again, kailangan naririnig talaga ng audience kasi nonsensical lahat ng sinasabi nila kung hindi naman maiintindihan ng audience kasi ang audience ang dahilan kung bakit they are doing this panel discussion. The next one is symposium forum. Of course, if we're going to compare it to the to the previous one, this is somewhat more formal than the panel discussion. And of course, the persons that are invited or sabihin natin resources speakers are somewhat may special competence sila when it comes to delivering speeches kasi this is more of public speaking program You're not just having a purely conversation to the audience but rather you are giving them information na ma-assimilate nila in a formal manner. Parang ganun. Guys, kung may question kayo, sabihin nyo lang.
Yes, ma'am.
Ano yun?
Okay, go lang, go.
Nakikita niyo pa ba yung screen?
Yes po.
Yes.
Bakit parang wala akong makita? Black lang siya. Wait lang So ayan, just like what I've said a while ago, symposium is somewhat more formal compared to the panel discussion. Yung yung resource speaker ay talaga sila with a special competence when it comes to delivering kasi
maingay na ako dito mamaya, mag-report ako. Sige, lang.
Shouldn't be impacted. And basically, this is a public speaking program. We're not conversational at all. So yeah, there are some guidelines that we need to consider if we wanted to ensure a successful forum. So the
ilan ba yan?
Deciding the purpose.
Sa amin, walang exam.
Ayan, so deciding the purpose of the meeting. So ano ba yung purpose kung bakit magkakanta kayo ng symposium? Katulad ng panel discussion, dapat alam mo kung bakit kayo magkakandak neto. Choosing and framing the topics to arouse the interest. Of course, you are not just going to pick someone to discuss without even planning what are the structures ng flow. Kasi pagka ganun, pag unorganized, you wouldn't catch the interest of your audience. The third one is choosing a speaker. So ayan, in choosing the speaker, it also depends on the number of sources. So it is not just one. Kundi it could be 3, 4, 5, or much more. Kasi the availability of your sources will depend kung paano nyo gustong i-share yung information na yun with preciseness sa mga sa mga audience nyo. Kasi kung hindi ganun ka clear yung sources of information, parang nonsensical din yung yung pag-conduct nyo ng symposium. So ayan, so kailangan nyo din mag-choose ng chairman that would serve as a facilitator, of course, na magiging bridge siya sa discussion nyo. And you should brief your chairman or your speaker about the objective, kung ano yung purpose, why you're going to conduct this symposium, and the procedure of its program. Ayan, so to continue, speaker should not forget the discussion means. So ayan, kasi kung halimbawa makalimutan ng speaker kung ano ba talaga yung dinidiscuss niya, then it wouldn't be helpful for the audiences kasi they wouldn't be able to understand it clearly kasi wala or di kaya sabihin natin na hindi organized. So chairman or moderator should bring together the speaker's thoughts. So ayan, just like what I've said a while ago about dun sa panel discussion, save din siya kung paano gagawin ng chairman yung role niya pagdating sa symposium forum. So ayan, so he must see to it that the important issues or the questions are tackled during discussion. So the next one is what we call the debate. So it is a formal discussion, and I know that all of us are familiar about this kind of a strategy rather, wherein it consists of two opposing parties that are exchanging arguments in order to put forward their own their own point about a certain topic. So ayan. And what are those guidelines that we need to consider if we wanted to ensure a successful debate? So the first one is of course, we must not take it seriously because it is intended that arguments are directed talaga towards a person. Kasi you wouldn't produce a successful debate if it wouldn't be thrown towards a person. And you must keep your perspective, your temper, your sense of humor all the time kasi it will not show any professionalism at all. And of course, when you are refuting or answering your opponent's question or arguments, it should be woven throughout the main speeches in a debate. So it must be in line with what is really the main topic of your discussion. Kung your debate is about like mercy killing, kung nasa nasa pro ka or nasa con side ka, dapat meron kang concrete evidences that would support your claim. 'Di ba? And when you're refuting to your opponent's argument, dapat meron kang enough evidence to contradict what he's is stating. Kasi that would make a healthy conversation or argument rather. Ayan, so the next one is round table conference. So familiar ba kayo dito sa strategy na to na round table conference? May idea ba kayo about round table conference? So ayan, para magkaroon tayo ng visualization, imagine niyo nasa isang round table kayo. Yung round table na yun, maraming upuan, puno yun. Nandun kayo lahat nakaupo. So with that, magkakaroon ng small discussion kung saan naka-face to face kayo sa isa't isa, and you will going to share your own thoughts or ideas regarding about like one particular topic. If it's related with math, could be in line with math or MAPE or other subjects. And of course, it is a semi-formal gathering naman. Hindi naman siya ganun ka-formal at all compared to any other discussion. So ayan. So what are these guidelines that we wanted to consider if we wanted to ensure successful roundtable conference? So the first one is everyone should have precise understanding about the topic. So just like the previous one, kailangan meron tayong precise understanding about what topic we're going to discuss or to share with our team to our group. And the leader is most like the respected. He is the one to prepare the meeting at all. Kasi it wouldn't just be someone na na gusto lang mag-volunteer. Unless he's favored by many of the members or most of the members, then he has or has the right to take over the meeting. And the discussion also must begin with stating, of course, the introductory remarks and questions be discussed during the conference. Oops. So, ayan. So the first one is, of course, facts must be presented, ideas, and fictitious cases as well. Kasi it is not just purely related about your assumption eh. It should be presented based on an evidences. And of course, it is done through group discussion. And just like any other discussion, you must be able to summarize it well and consider what action to take. Like for example, kung merong mga unresolved issues, that was the case. That was the time wherein considered kung ano pa yung dapat na baguhin or whatnot. So ayan, so there are special techniques as well kung gusto nating i-ensure yung active participation pagdating sa forum period. So the first one is case study. So alam naman natin kung ano yung case study, di ba? Katulad sa thesis. Kung gusto natin magkaroon ng extensive analysis or interpretation about certain case, so kailangan natin mag-derive sa case study. And of course, it is a group-centered procedure na nagpe-present siya kung ano yung mga specific solution doon sa isang problema na gusto nating i-discuss. And the next one is buzz session. Hindi to yung hindi to yung tutubi. Pero somewhat, pag nag-search kayo, parang tutubi din siya. Pero lang din siya. Parang yung natural lang na naka-circle lang sila. So ayan. Ito naman, mas mas light siya kumpara sa iba. Kasi, kung gusto mong yung mga estudyante mo, ma-familiarize dun sa mga topics na kailangan pa nilang intindihin. So ito yung dapat mong gamitin kasi opinionated yung mga estudyante dito dun sa gagawin mong strategy. You will allow them to have their own opinions and of course, they will be able to plan for the things na they needed for the preparation and interaction process. And then on these strategies, it will not exceed of 6 members and it should be in a group. You must assign a leader and within the group as well, they must have a secretary that will record every evidences that are based on their discussions and they will be given, let's just say, a specific time to discuss about their reporting. The next one is workshop. Ayan, so just like any other, it involves group process in attacking and solving problems as well. So halimbawa, may mga gusto silang matutunan tungkol dun sa problema nila. For example, hindi ako marunong magluto. Sabihin natin, tapos gusto kong matutong magluto. So I will attend to a certain workshop that could help me address that certain problem about cooking, di ba? And in this cooperative strategies na meron, where we're allowing our students that has the same common concern or interest na i-resolve yung issue na yun cooperatively. Kaya allow natin sila to work together as a team. And we can use a variety of means as well to arrive to a certain solution for a specific problems. Pwede namang excursions or field trip, ganon. And of course, ang matututunan nilang value dito is not just purely intellect, but socially as well. Kasi with collaboration, they could work with a team as well. And the next one is seminar. Ayan. So this is one of the main reason why the College of Education is actually parang encouraging us to attend seminar kasi if there are things that we couldn't understand yet in terms of topics that are quite related with our specialization, then we can have a better solution for that kasi makikita natin yun sa seminar. Kasi the existing solution that we know is actually not sufficient enough. So, ang mangyayari, madadagdagan yung information na na meron tayo sa sarili natin, kaalaman. And of course, katulad sinabi ko, we can look for another solution that is not only based on our experiences, but it could be based on reading experiences as well and the minds of other participants. Kasi by listening to them, contributing to that discussion, somehow you will eventually gain some insights about that specific topic that you're curious about rather. And next is the art of questioning. So, why is it important for us to know more about questioning? So, ayan. Bakit kaya sa tingin nyo? Ayan na pala, obvious na. So, ayan. Kasi mag-arouse siya sa interest and curiosity ng mga estudyante. So, ayan, of course, we are entertaining questions or we are giving questions inside the classroom because we wanted to help our students have the curiosity about learning process or about learning, let's just say, learning. And we will be able to review the content kung talagang naintindihan ng mga estudyante yung tinuro mo sa kanila o baka naman hindi, nagsalita tapos hindi naman pala nila naintindihan. So by questioning, doon mo maa-assess na itong mga estudyante ko hindi to nakikinig kasi hindi nila masagot yung ko or di kaya nakalimutan nila. Kaya ngayon, ipapaalala mo by the help of questioning. So, and somehow, yung mga learners mo din, may encourage sila na mag-ask questions as well. Kasi nag-create ka ng what do you call this one? Nag-create ka ng atmosphere na ini-entertain mo yung any kinds of questions. And it will promote as well na ma-simplify yung mga tough questions that are hard for them to understand. Lalo na pag may kinalaman sa math. Yan. Like for example, sige, sabihin natin na sa math pa rin yung topic. Nagdi-discuss ng mga equation. Tapos hindi naintindihan ng mga estudyante mo. By the help of the art of questioning, your student will be able to formulate a question that would help them parang bago yung mood na hindi nila naigigets yung dinidiscuss mo. Kaya mababago yung direction ng discussion. So, ipapaintindi mo ngayon sa estudyante mo yung tinuturo mo. And somewhat, ma-encourage sila na magkaroon ng reflection and self-evaluation kasi by the help of the kind of questions na ibibigay mo sa kanila, magkakaroon sila ng internalization realization kung tama ba yung pagkakaintindi nila or may hindi pa ba sila naiintindihan doon. Somewhat ganun. And makakapag-express sila ng feelings nila. Kung hindi nila naintindihan yung tinuturo mo sa English or sa MAPE or sa MAPE or sa SPED or any other specialization, may express nila kaya pwede mo pa silang matulungan na mas lalong maintindihan yung dinidiscuss mo. So, ayan. Meron tayong mga different types of questions. So, katulad nung sinabi kanina ni Joy, na nabanggit niya about si Joy ba yun? Basta may nabanggit kanina na about level of questionings or low level or high level of questions. So, pasok din pala to siya. Meron palang tinatawag na low level questions kung saan nagpo-focus lang yung isang teacher sa pagtanong kung ano lang talaga yung facts, based on facts lang siya. Tapos hindi niya tinetest yung level of understanding ng student niya. So parang parang nasa level of knowledge lang tayo kung pagbabasihan natin sa cognitive domain of learning. Whereas, if we're going to to go over with the high level questions, so this is somewhat of higher parang nandun siya sa higher order thinking skills ng mga estudyante, ina-attest mo yung capacity of that student to understand critically. Kasi you are going beyond the memory or just a factual information eh. Kasi it is somewhat advanced na. So let's just go over what kind of um okay, so ayan. So may tinatawag tayo na convergent question. So ano nga ba yung convergent question? So ito yung mga question na kung saan alam mo na masasagot nila yung tanong mo na may tamang answer or may best answer. Kasi ito yung ginagamit mo kung gusto mong alamin kung yung student mo ba talaga ay naintindihan nila yung mga vocabulary, yung spelling, or any other oral skills. Pero kung gagamitin mo siya para mag-elicit ng mas higher answer or responses from your students, hindi mo siya pwedeng magamit kasi under pa rin siya ng yung low-level questioning eh. Pero pag sinabi natin divergent question, it is open-ended. So there's a lot of possible answers that you can acquire with your students. Kasi yung reasoning nila supported by certain evidences and somewhat questions such as a question that starts with how, why, what, or who, or followed by why is considered as part of the high level questioning. So matutulungan mo talaga yung mga estudyante mo na mag-isip kung ano talaga yung sagot doon sa question mo na hindi lang basta-basta. So ayan, meron din tayong tinatawag na eliciting questions. Ito naman yung mga questions na ginagamit ng teacher kung gusto nila magkaroon ng open discussion. So, nagtatanong sila ng nagtatanong. Ini-encourage nila yung mga estudyante nila na mag-response. Sige lang, mag-response lang kayo kung ano yung sagot dun sa tanong ko. Ini-encourage nila na mag-participate sa healthy discussion. Pag sinabi naman probing question, ayan, nag-i-extend talaga sila, nag-i-expand sila ng ideas. Gusto nila na i-justify or i-clarify ng estudyante nila kung ano ba talaga yung pagkakaintindi nila regarding dito sa specific question na ibinigay nila sa kanila. Ibinigay ng teacher sa mga estudyante niya. And then we have also the closure-seeking questions na kung saan tinutulungan natin yung student natin na mag-formulate ng conclusions or to have solutions or whatever plans they have for investigating problems, sabihin natin. Pag sinabi naman nating referential questions, these are the responses coming from the students na it does not require expected answers. Like for example, bakit ka malungkot ngayon? Anong nangyari sa'yo? Parang ganun. And when we say display questions, these are the kind of questions that the teacher are asking or the teacher has been asking to its students na nagre-require ng correct answer from the students. Like for example, sabihin natin sa English, sabihin natin, ang question ko ay, ang example ay, what are the different types of, sabihin natin, figure of speech ulit? So, i-formulate, i-enumerate ng mga estudyante mo kasi dapat correct answer yung maibigay nila based sa question mo. And then, there are guidelines in asking questions. Bakit ang tagal? Ayan. So, of course, kailangan mayroong interval or wait time. When you're asking, hindi lang pwede na ura-urada na pag nagtanong ka, dapat sasagutin agad ng mga estudyante mo. Of course, you need to give them an interval to think or to process the type of question that you give them. Like for example, kailangan merong 1 to 2 seconds if I'm not mistaken. Dapat may ganong interval, time para prepare naman yung student mo. And somewhat, pag nag-ask ka ng questions and your student couldn't be able to answer it right away, meron dapat prompting wherein you will give them hints but not purely talaga na isusubo mo na sa kanila para masagutan nila. kumbaga parang may mercy ka ba kahit papaano. And dapat may redirection. So ayan. So dapat when you're asking a question, it should require an answer na dapat one or more than. It shouldn't just be focusing on one specific answer. And next is proving. This help your student to help them support their answers. Like for example, kung yung sagot nila sa question mo ay positive, ganito. So you will ask them, bakit positive yung sagot mo dun sa tanong ko, ganito, ganyan. So with that, makakapag-create sila ng enough responses para masuportahan yung answer nila. And that is also one way of creating a high level of question. And the last one is commenting and prompting. So ayan, if we're going to ask question, it is also advisable for us to comment about their answer. Maybe we can commend them by giving good answer, and if the answer from that question wasn't sufficient enough yet, pwede mo naman silang i-motivate to do well next, or to ask other students to help them answer the question para hindi sila mapahiya lang. And there are also some tips on asking questions. So hindi lang pala basta-basta nagtatanong ka lang sa estudyante mo. So you must create a question that is stimulating or proving. So kailangan ma-arouse mo yung perception ng mga estudyante mo. At dapat yung question na ibibigay mo ay within the student's level of abilities. Dapat yung kaya lang talagang sagutan ng estudyante mo. Malay mo naman, yung mga estudyante mo ay nasa grade 1 pa lang, pero yung yung tanong mo pang grade 6 na. So paano sasagutin yun ng estudyante mo? Nakanganga lang sila kasi hindi nila maintindihan yung question mo. The third one is relevant.
Mas closing song na. Closing song na. I heard.
Related experiences ng mga estudyante.
Last time, they are late na nga eh.
And sequential.
Uy, mag-anak.
Sequential, dapat may pagkakasunod-sunod. Dapat alam mo kung ano yung order ng question mo. Hindi lang basta nasa level 1 ka pa lang, nasa level 6 na yung question mo. Hindi dapat ganun. Dapat by process. Kumbaga, step by step. Ganun. And it should be clear and easily understood. Dapat hindi yung hindi yung paligoy-ligoy ka. Dapat direct to the point. If there is something that you really wanted to know about your students' understanding regarding sa isang topic, dapat precisely dapat yung question mo, dapat direct to the point. Like, what is the meaning of sabihin natin butterfly. So what is butterfly? Parang ganun. At least meron na silang understanding kung ano yung question na yun. And then, ayan, may tips ulit on asking questions. So dapat nag-vary siya sa length and difficulty. Dapat hindi lang basta-basta na madali, or hindi naman ganun dapat hirap yung question mo. And dapat may enough time ka para i-deliver mo yung yung question mo, hindi yung ura-urada lang. Diba? And like for example, nag-throw ka ng question to your student and some of that questions does have incorrect answer. So dapat may follow-up ka doon sa na yun, sa question na yun. So i-rephrase mo ulit yun to help your student have clear understanding about that specific questions. And dapat magko-call on ka din sa volunteer or non-volunteer. Pwede namang magtawag ka, or pwede naman sila na lang yung mag-initiate to answer that question. Kasi by doing such, you are encouraging your student to have an active participation sa class discussion nyo. So ayan, lastly, IFPS. So sabi sa Psalms, chapter 32 verse 8, I will instruct you and teach you in a way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you. Sabi sa Psalms. So that's it. Thank you so much for listening, at sana may naintindihan kayo sa mga pinagsasabi ko.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Informative.
So as a continuation of our report, my topic is all about the concept of evaluation in the classroom management. So as a teacher, we know how we evaluate our students. And we know what is the classroom management, how we manage our classroom, our our students, okay? Kasi yung ating mga estudyante, they have a different attitudes, character, so kailangan ma-manage natin yun. So this topic is we understand how we evaluate our students for their performance at kung ano yung mga dapat nilang gagawin inside of the classroom. Hindi lang sa inside of the classroom, even in the outside of the classroom. So the concept evaluation, it is it will determine the student mastery of what has been taught, no? Dapat dito sa evaluation ay as a teacher ay matutukoy natin, no? It will help us to determine na kung ang ating estudyante ba ay namamaster nila yung tinuturo natin. So, and also this evaluation, it will measuring the pupil's individual performance. So, mami-measure natin yung performance ng ating estudyante. So the performance, it has the two major approaches. So next, it has the two major approaches on how we evaluate their performance well. So there's two measures. Okay, we have the norm reference assessment and we have the criterion reference. So in norm reference, so what is the differences of these two? Okay, next. Okay, the norm reference assessment, it is to rank the student based on the test achievement. So ang ating gagawin ay in norm reference is to rank the student based on their achievement. But in the criterion, so what are the differences of these two? In the criterion is to measure the skills in knowledge a student to mastered. So in norm reference, that we're going to do is to rank the student, but in criterion is we measure the skills in knowledge a student mastered. So next. Okay, and also in norm reference, okay, the scores are given as a rank based on another score. For example, okay, ang halimbawa dito ay there's a top one. Okay, for example, in schools, okay, in elementary or high school, there mayroong first honor, okay, mayroong top one, top two, something like that. No, we have the summa cum laude, cum laude. So we score them as a rank based on another score. But in criterion, okay, in criterion is the student we score as a given as a percent. Okay, for example, in the exam, okay, in our class in competency, the annotating. So annotating, we are Sir Famerunag, okay, ginigridan niya tayo as a percent. For example, yan, yung exams, something like that. But later on, malalaman natin kung ano ba yung mga example ng criterion. Okay, next. Okay, go. So, in norm reference, we assess our students in very large number, but in criterion, we assess the students in, okay, continue. Next. We assess the student in small number. Okay, small number lamang siya in criterion. But in norm reference assessment is we assess the large number of students. Okay, next. And also, we just usually take a longer period of time, but in criterion, okay, criterion, we test the student as a short term, okay, as a short lang, or this what we call that is usually last class period na siya. Ginagawa natin, di ba mayroon tayong before, during, before, in, after ng ating class discussion, yung ating pagtuturo, no? But in criterion, it usually use in the last period, no, yung criterion, the evaluation. As a continuation, okay, we have the types of evaluation. So what these types of evaluation? So we have the two types of evaluation. So number one is the informal evaluation. So, informal evaluation is depend on teacher's observation. So, dito, si teacher ay nag-o-observe lamang siya. Okay? Ino-observe niya kung ano yung ginagawa ng estudyante, kung sila ba ay they do their learning task. Okay? Nakumpleto ba nila yung projects nila, or they interact. For example, you give them group activities. Okay? Ino-observe mo sila kung they are interact with others, something like that. Okay? And also, dito sa informal evaluation ay you observe the student kung ano yung kanilang ginagawa, kung ano yung dapat nilang gawin, or kung ano yung dapat nilang hindi dapat gawin. So, you observe them. Okay? It will provide the information like to make judgment about the child performance. For example, ang halimbawa nito ay observation. Okay? You observe the oral presentation. Okay? There's journaling, drawing, or there's a demonstration. So, you observe those things. O pagka mayroon kang mga ganong activities inside of the classroom, just only, okay, the teachers only observe what the students are doing inside of the classroom. That is the informal evaluation. But the formal evaluation, okay, next, okay, the formal evaluation, ito yung tinatawag natin, it will include, okay, teachers prepared the test and commercially standardized test. Ito na yung sinasabi ko kanina. It is the example of the criterion, okay, the criterion reference assessment. So, in this formal evaluation, so ginagamitan mo na ito ng specifically ginagamit ito in the last, okay, ng discussion. Ginagamitan mo na siya ng such as rating skills. Okay, we have the learning, you have the checklist. Okay, halimbawa nito dito sa ating subject, which is the competency, no, na experience natin yan. Sir Fameronag, he give us the checklist as our guide. Okay, para yung ating gawain is become a quality. So ini-evaluate tayo doon. Kaya ito ay example of informal evaluation. So, mayroon din doon tayong tawag natin essay, the essay test, the true or false test, the multiple choice, the completion or the fill in the blank, or the matching test. So, those formal evaluation, it will assess the progress of individual learners. O, mapapansin natin doon kung sila ba ay nadidevelop ba or nagpo-progress ba sila, natututo ba sila sa ating tinuturo sa kanila. So mai-evaluate natin doon. Not only informal evaluation, or in this two evaluation, we are not only evaluate the students, but we only evaluate our own performance as a teacher. Okay, bakit kaya hindi nag-improve itong aking estudyanteng ito? Parang may something na kailangang i-improve pa sa akin, parang may gustong like ma-develop pa. So, it will help us, those formal evaluation that I given to you. So, it refine instructional plan and provides instruction to clear up understanding of a certain topic or the thought, or malalaman natin yung it will provide the basis of instructional planning when the same content tested. Okay, it will help us, or it will help the student to progress development of the learners over time. Meaning, pagka over time, ibig sabihin, yung matututunan nila doon sa mga binigay mo na evaluation na yun, na-evaluate mo sila, ay because of those like the rating skills, the learning checklist, mai-evaluate doon, malalaman, it is a guide for the student na ma-develop or maging quality yung kanilang projects or something like requirements. So they will learn it not only for their school life, but until in the future. So they learn over time. So when to use some test type? Okay, next. When we use, okay, when we use some this type, okay, those example that I given to you a while ago. So number one is the informal evaluation tools. So, kailan ba natin to siya ginagamit, no? As a teacher, okay? Ginagamit itong informal evaluation tools if the learners are expected to demonstrate, okay? Kaya yun, kasi kapag ka nagde-demonstrate, so as a teacher, na sinabi ko kanina is, the things that you're going to do is to observe, okay? Observe the student, what they're going to do, nagpa-participate ba sila sa kanila, there's a collaborative learning, or nagtutulungan ba sila sa isa. You observe the student, okay? You use it if there's learners can expected to demonstrate inside of the classroom. And also for the rating skills, okay, next. The rating skills is, and also the checklist, okay? When we use it, okay, when the judgment about several levels of performance, the quality is needed. Yun. Kaya tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, ginagamit natin tong rating skills in the checklist as a guide of our students. Kung ano yung flow, kung ano yung gusto mong iparating sa kanila, kung ano yung gusto mong quality ng works nila. For example, in physical education, nakasulat doon. Also in physical education, pwede namin gamitin yung informal evaluation, and also the formal evaluation, kasi sa physical education, ino-observe mo yung estudyante, at in the same time binibigyan mo sila ng checklist. For example, in swimming, ino-observe mo sila, tapos meron ka ring ibibigay na rating skills or the checklist as a guide para maayos yung kanilang for example, the body posture, the position of the hand, and for example, in freestyle, there's mayroon silang guide, so binibigyan natin sila ng rating skills and checklist. Not only for the physical education, but in every activities na masusukat, or we evaluate their development, nagpo-progress ba sila. So we use it when the performance is, kung gusto natin maging quality. So next is the essay, okay, the essay test, okay? Ginagamit naman natin ito if ginagamit natin siya especially for the upper grade level or upper grade levels, when determining student to put together isolated process of information in a meaningful way. So pag minsan napapansin natin tong essay test is on the end of the test paper, as a reflection, something like that, in a meaningful way, ganon. So also in the true or false, okay, the true or false, okay, the true or false is, nagagamit natin ito siya when we covering a broad range of content. So next, the true or false, okay, we use it when covering the broad range of content, yung talagang malawak yung parang mahirap unawain ng estudyante yung meaning na ito. It's a broad content, so we use the true or false. Ito naman sa true or false ay madali nilang masagutan, is madali nilang mag-guess yung sagot in the true or false kung sila ay nag-review. So next is the matching type test. So this matching type test, okay, the pupils are graphs of association is to be tested. So the style of matching type is, okay, the answer is in the right part and the question is on the left. And also the completion, okay, what we call the completion. The completion or the fill in the blank. When we use it, okay, it is to sample only the cross section of the content and to eliminate guessing among the pupils. Mayroong mga based on my experience, mayroon yung mga teacher na kung saan ay napakaraming blank yung kanilang question when about of the fill in the blank. But according to Sir Esguira, dapat yung ating fill in the blank is we see it on the end of the hour of our question. Hindi siya, for example, physical education is blank, is important to our blank. So hindi siya ganong style. So completion is or the fill in the blank is we see the blank is on the end of the question para mas madaling masagutan ng estudyante, madaling maunawaan. So what are the evaluation type to use during the instructional act? Okay, next. Yeah, also the multiple choice. I forget the multiple choice. Ito naman yung mga higher order thinking skills, no? Ma-evaluate natin kung talagang natuto yung ating estudyante ng magagamitan natin doon ng mga mayroong ito na yung pinaka higher order thinking skills like pero yung mga essay matching type those are the lower thinking skills, but in the multiple choice is those are the higher order thinking skills. So what are the evaluation type to use during the instruction act? So we have the pre-assessment or the prior to instruction, meaning if the prior instruction ginagamit natin ito siya sa una, done to determine the learner entry behavior. Okay, andyan pa ba kayo?
Yes.
Okay, the pre-assessment. Okay, it will happen before the lesson, before the lesson to prepare our students for them to be readiness. Ginagamit natin itong prior or the pre-assessment para ma-prepare natin yung student maging handa sila na to receive the yung gusto nating iparating sa ating or kung ano yung dapat na knowledge and skills para maging interesado sila. No, mayroon tayong something, for example, mayroon tayong bago tayo mag-proceed sa ating lesson, no, and this prior to instruction or the pre-assessment, mayroon tayong something na pakulo, something like that. Mayroon tayong kunting palaro or activities, mayroon something drawing. So doon siya pumapasok dito sa ating pre-assessment. Okay? The knowledge and the skills, the attitudes, they already know or still need to know before the objectives are set or before the instruction begin for the maximum learning purposes. And also involve the use of such instrument as a readiness test, aptitude test, or the pre-test, or course objectives, or there's an observational techniques. Okay, those are some examples na magagawa natin to evaluate our students para ma-evaluate natin yung kanilang interest sa ating subject that we want them to understand, that we want them to na ma-improve sa kanila or maintindihan na gusto nating maintindihan nila, gusto nating maiparating sa kanila. So the second one is the formative evaluation. It is the what we call or the during instruction. So the formative evaluation, okay, next, the formative evaluation, it will provide ongoing feedback to the teachers and the students regarding their success or failure during instruction. So dito na papasok yung like observation, questioning, something like discussion. No, the student will helpful in deciding whether changes and or the learning experience. Dito na papasok yung learning experience, and also it will helpful in determining specific learning errors that need correction. Usually make use of paper and pencil test and observational method. Okay? Basically, the question on this during instruction, ma-question natin why or how, something like that. Mayroon papasok dito yung napag-aralan natin kanina na there's a lot of group works, okay, to discern the level and extent of the student understanding to increase their strength and weaknesses. And also, the third one, which is after instruction, this is the what we call summative evaluation. Okay, it is how will the student have learned, attained instructional objectives, how will instruction was done, okay, what rating the student deserve to get, include the use of achievement tests, the rating skills or evaluation of student or the product. So dito na sa after the instruction or the summative evaluation. So dito na papasok yung sinabi ko kanina na like the rubrics, okay, the written test, okay, we have the creative assessment or the after the discussion, mayroong hindi natapos, so give them creative assessment, something like that, or after the discussion or ano yung after na kung ano yung nagawa ng estudyante, kung ano yung pinagawa mong activity, something like that, gagawa sila ng portfolio to file those materials na kanilang ginamit. There's some like the practical examination. Okay? After the discussion, mayroon tayong tinatawag na bibigyan natin sila para ma-evaluate natin sila kung sila ba ay nakikinig, kung kanila bang naintindihan yung aralin na ating tinuro sa kanila. So, bibigyan natin sila ng written test or essay what they have learned from the topic, yung practical examination, mayroong quiz or something like that. We evaluate them kung ano ba yung natutunan nila. So, yun na yung after instruction. Papasok doon sa summative evaluation. So now, we proceed for the classroom management. So, tapos na tayo on how we evaluate the students. Okay, those are some example on how we evaluate the performance of our students. So now we're going to classroom management. So the classroom management is also very important, okay, for us as a teacher on how we manage, because we know our students, they have different characteristics, they are different attitude on how, so paano natin sila mamamanage, okay? And also in the classroom, there's a problem, there's a conflict. O, paano ba natin sila masosolusyonan? So what is classroom management? So next, what is classroom management? So classroom management, it refers to the operation in control of the classroom activities. It will involves the ability to maintain order and sustain the pupil attention. Okay? Para makikita natin dito sa classroom management, malalaman natin ang ating estudyante ba ay yung kanilang attention ay nakafocus sa inyo. Baka makita natin, for example, yung ating estudyante, nagdi-discuss tayo. Inside of the classroom, makita natin yung ating estudyante ay nagsi-cellphone, something like that, or naglalaro, or something na hindi sila nakatutok sa iyo. So, kailangan ma-solve natin yun kung ano yung dapat nating gagawin. So, I give you some proactive classroom management tip. Okay? Number one is greeting student at the door. Okay? Ito yung isang example to boosting academic engagement. Kaya mahalaga din na batiin natin yung ating estudyante na good morning, how are you, something like that, para ma-build doon yung something engagement, academic engagement. For example, nakaupo ka sa classroom kasi si teacher laging dapat maaga yan, dapat laging nauunahan yung mga estudyante. So pagka napasok yung estudyante, kailangan batiin natin sila like good morning, something like that. It is boosting the academic engagement. Number two is establish, maintain, and restore relationship. Kaya napakaganda yung relationship between the teacher and the students. Kasi kapag pangit yung relationship, yung attention nila parang something, parang wala. Kaya napakahalaga yung establish and maintain relationship. Ano yung dapat nating gawin? For example, there's a regular chickens or something like attendance. Ito yung isang, kaya every meeting, even online or not online or not face-to-face kind of learning. So ang yung ating mga teacher ay sila ay nag-check ng attendance. Okay? Ito ay part din ng relationship, kung nasaan na ba yung ating estudyante, bakit wala ito, bakit absent. So may evaluate natin yun kung ang ating estudyante ba ay talagang nag-aaral pa, nagpapatuloy, or baka sila ay hindi na napasok, something like that. So magandang magkaroon ng mai-restore natin yung mga ganoong and focus on the solution instead of problems. Kaya kung mayroong mga ganong problems sa ating mga estudyante, don't focus doon, but focus on how we kung paano natin masolusyonan yung mga ganoong problems. And also, use a reminders or cue, give reminders to them. And also, optimize the classroom setting and give behavior-specific praise. Kaya napakahalaga din sa isang teacher na magbigay ng mga papuri, in classroom management. For example, ang iyong estudyante ay like naglilinis siya doon, nagwawalis, nagpe-prepare siya ng mga naglilinis siya ng mga books, something like that. Nagfa-file ng mga books mo doon inside of the classroom. So maganda na magkaroon ka ng behavior or the specific praise, like, wow, good job, excellent, something like that. Very good. Yan, ma-appreciate yan ng ating estudyante. So because of that, okay, you boosting academic engagement, you have the good, you establish and maintain a relationship with your students. So what are the purpose of classroom management? So next, what is the classroom, or what is the purpose of classroom management? So is to minimize the occurrences of discipline problems. It will give a solution for the problem inside of the class. Okay, because we know that in classroom, hindi mawawala talaga yung magkakaroon tayo ng problems, hindi lamang sa ating sarili, but also in our student, kasi meron nga silang different characteristics, different attitudes, different kinds of learning. Meron yung mga mayroong mahihina, meron yung mahina maka-catch up ng aralin. At mayroon din naman yung mga magaling, no? But mayroon pang yung mga ibang problems na ating makikita during kapag tayo ay nagtuturo na sa class. So kaya mayroon tayong classroom management, okay, to minimize the occurrences of discipline problems. So kaya as a teacher, kailangan natin ma-build dito yung pagiging patience natin. Dapat tayo ay maging aware, at ganun din ay malaman din natin na magkaroon tayo ng boundaries. For example, mayroon tayong estudyante, huwag tayo masyadong like parang friend na yung turing sa atin. So dapat merong boundaries na ipakita natin sa kanila na we are the model, na tayo yung teacher, no? Sila yung ating estudyante. Kaya maging patience tayo kung meron mga problems sa ating school, sa loob ng classroom. It's to increase the proportion of classroom time devoted the constructive and productive activity. No, kaya tayo ay dapat nakatuon sa nakabubuti or conducive learning environment. Kaya napakaganda ng we have the classroom management para sa ating estudyante to have them the conducive learning environment. Kasi kapag hindi maganda yung ating management or yung ating classroom management, yung ating estudyante ay parang wala silang desire na matuto. Kaya kapag tayo ay mayroong conducive learning environment, because of because yung mayroon ka mga magagandang plano or something like activities inside of the classroom. So, magkakaroon ng conducive learning or magandang pag-aaral ng ating pag-aaral. So, we have the three C's of classroom control. Okay, next. What those three C or C's of classroom control? So, we have the content. Okay, we have the content. So, this content, we have the to facilitate delivery of instruction. So, it will gaining and maintaining student cooperation in learning activities. It will instructional management skills. It will dealing with instruction related discipline problems. Kaya kailangan as a teacher ay gagawa tayo ng ating objectives, yung ating plan, okay? Na kailangan yung ating delivery of our instruction ay ang ating estudyante ay magkakaroon sila ng interaction, meron silang cooperation that learning activities. And also, the second one is the conduct. Okay, the conduct. Okay, in the conduct, it will promotion of orderly. Okay, next, yeah. The conduct, it will the promotion of orderly and safe learning environment. So, it will task-oriented approach or dito papasok yung ating yung mapapansin natin kung talagang yung ating estudyante ay safe ba sila or safe ba sila sa inside ng ating sa ating classroom, ano? Kaya kailangan mayroon doong safe learning environment. And also the last one is the context. Okay, the context is emphasis in on communication rather than physical element associated with the classroom. So, dito sa context naman ay know what you want and what you don't want. Kaya ipakita natin sa ating mga estudyante kung ano yung gusto natin, kung ano yung gusto natin na dapat nilang gawin, something like that. And show and tell your students what you want. Yun yung ating dapat gawin as a teacher. And when you when you get what you want, okay, acknowledge it. But when you get something else or parang mayroon kayong something like na parang mas magandang gawin to, parang mas maganda itong gawin sa aking estudyante para mas lalo silang maging interesado sa learning environment, sa kanilang pakikinig, parang mas maganda. So, get something or quickly and appropriately, something like that. So, i-grab natin yun, apply natin yun sa ating mga estudyante. So, we have also the types of control. So, next, we have the types of control. We have the preventive control. Okay, this preventive control, it will aim at minimizing the onset of anticipated discipline problem. So, it will focus on meeting student needs. Okay, next, it will focus on meeting student needs and include the serving mechanism or tools or practice that undesirable action or events. So dito papasok naman yung in the prevent control ay dito papasok yung policies. Dapat meron kang as a teacher, meron kang policies, meron kang standards as a teacher. Dapat mapakita natin sa estudyante na ganito yung ating standard. Okay? At kung hindi man nila maabot 'yon, so pag-usapan ng estudyante kung ano din yung magkakaroon sila ng inputs para dito. No, you have also the policies, procedure. Those are some example. And also, next is the supportive control. Okay, Pax, next. Okay, next is supportive control. In the supportive control, it will aim at directing student behavior before it becomes a fall down a problem. So dito naman sa supportive control ay ang halimbawa dito dapat as a teacher meron kang mga reminders okay, sa iyong mga estudyante dapat ganito yung gagawin okay? Dapat hindi mawala yung reminders okay? Redirection and also the non-verbal communication. So in supportive control ay magagamit din natin dito yung non-verbal communication. Dapat yung ating facial expression, yung ating like body language, yung ating voice, something like that na dapat ay maayos siya. Yung ating estudyante ay maging comfortable sila, no? Comfortable sila na nakikinig inside of the classroom. And the last one is the corrective control. Okay, it will seek discipline student behavior before it become a full standard of good. So it will design to keep errors or prevent errors. So next is we have the nature and dynamic of approach to classroom management. So what those approaches the classroom management. So we have the behavior modification approach. So dito ay napakahalaga yung behavior because as a teacher dapat yung behavior na binibigay natin sa ating estudyante it is learned according to Salzer and Mayer based on the principle of behavioral psychology that all behavior must learn. So what those so all behavior has a process. So mayroon siyang process. What those process? Okay, for example, okay, the processes that we need to use is we have the positive reinforcement. So what does it mean? The positive reinforcement, it is the introduction of reward after a behavior cause the behavior to increase in frequency. For example, yung estudyante, meron tayong estudyante. Siya ay nagpasa siya ng for example the written paper. Okay. Si itong estudyanteng ito, nagpasa siya kay teacher. Tapos si teacher naman ay binigyan niya ng praise comments or something like parang nagsulat siya doon sa papers, nag-comment si teacher. Tapos yung mga sinulat niya doon ay puro papuri, ano? Puro excellent, okay? Good job. Ginawa mo yung maganda, easily to madali siyang basahin, something like that. Magandang iyong pagkagawa. So this positive reinforcement, okay, it will help the student to improve more yung kanyang gagawin. Mas lalo siyang magkakaroon ng magkakaroon siya mas lalo ng behavior na mas gagalingan ko pa kasi maganda yung feedback ni teacher. So yun yung positive reinforcement. Okay? Meaning the behavior is to increase. Okay? The behavior is to increase in frequency. But in extension, parang ito yung mas lalong nag-improve yung ating estudyante. Okay, the extension it will decrease. Okay, yung kaibahan nila yung positive reinforcement, yung ating estudyante is their behavior is increased, but in extension is the frequency is decreased. Okay, decreased frequency of the reward behavior. Okay, for example, yung ating estudyante, yung ating estudyante nung una yung pagpasa nila ng kanilang requirements, okay, laging pinipraise, laging pinupuri yung kanilang mga gawa, very good job, something like that. Yung sinasubmit ng estudyante ay puro praise, always pinipraise ni teacher. But dumating yung point na pagpasa ng estudyante, okay, pagpasa ng estudyante ay si teacher, pagpasa nung ito yung requirements nung estudyante. Si teacher, inaccept niya ito nang without comments, without comment na nangyari. So yung una, what I have said a while ago, yung unang pagpasa ng estudyante ay laging pinipraise ni teacher. But nung pagpasa niya na uli, ay binalik niya ito ng without comment. So meaning, itong estudyanteng ito, siya ay parang nanibago siya. Parang something, bakit kaya hindi nag-comment si sir? Something, parang, so, nag-decrease yung kanyang frequency. So, extension is withholding an anticipated reward, an instance where the behavior was previously rewarded. So, na-reward na siya noong una. Kaya, sa bandang huli, so hindi na nag-comment si teacher, so parang nanibago yung estudyante. So, the next one is, okay, the punishment. So, sa punishment naman, so yung estudyante, pagpasa niya ng kanyang requirements or nung kanyang project na pinapagawa ni teacher. So, pagpasa nito, si teacher naman, nakita niya na mayroong something like mali. No? Parang mayroong something mali doon sa pinasa ng estudyanteng ito. So, hindi niya pinansin yun. Basta binigyan lang ng grades ni teacher. Parang wala lang. Kaya nung pagpasa, sabi rito, for example, may binigay na example dito, Jem prepares a rather sloppy written paper which he submit to the teacher. The teacher rebuked Jem to failing to be neat, informs him the sloppily written papers are difficult to read, and tells him to rewrite and submit the paper. So, meaning in this, sa punishment naman pala, yung kaninang example kong nabigay is sa negative reinforcement pala. So, in the punishment, ang kaibahan naman ng punishment ay pagpasa ng estudyante, so pinasa niya yung kanyang requirements, yung kanyang projects doon kay teacher, ay pagtingin ni teacher sa project na binigay binigay ng kanyang estudyante, pagtingin ni teacher, ay parang there's something wrong. So nagsulat siya doon, okay, pakibago ito, something like that. Baguhin to, ito, baguhin. So kailangan doon sa punishment ay dapat pag nagpa-punish din tayo, dapat pagka nag-punish din tayo sa ating estudyante, dapat yung makakaya din nila. Hindi yung sila ay parang pahirapan pa natin, something like that. Dapat yung kaya lang nila. So, kaya dito sa punishment ay papa-revise natin or rewrite or resubmit. No? Yun yung punishment or the punishment na dapat natin gawin sa ating estudyante. Those are the example. And the negative reinforcement naman, dito naman sa negative reinforcement, ay kapag ka nagpasa itong estudyante doon kay teacher, pagkatingin niya ay inignore niya lang. Parang something, kung ano yung mali, okay lang yan, something like that. Tapos pagpasa na naman ng estudyante ay nakita niya, okay. Inignore ni teacher. Pagpasa uli, ay inignore niya lang. Parang walang something improvement. Walang improvement na nangyari sa estudyante. Kaya lahat ng gawa ng estudyante ay puro malayo doon sa standards na gusto mong mangyari. So that is the negative reinforcement. So what are the guidelines for using punishment? So next, what are the guidelines for using punishment? So if we punish our students, okay, sabi rito is don't threaten the impossible. Make sure the punishment can be carried out. So kung magbibigay tayo ng punishment sa ating estudyante, dapat wag tayong magbigay ng banta. Wag nating babantaan yung ating estudyante, no? Dapat kung magpapunish tayo sa kanila ay dapat maki-read out nila. No? Kailangan makakaya nila. For example, bibigyan lang natin sila ng pagka nagkamali sila, bibigyan natin sila something na malalearn sila. Okay, magse-search sila or something, gagawa sila ng requirements or mag-i-exam sila or mag-quiz sila. So, dapat yung makakaya nila. And the second one is don't punish when you are lost or what else to do in emotional state. So, kung magpaparusa tayo or something, ay dapat hindi yung tayo ay emotional or tayo ay galit, something like that. Or dapat magpapunish tayo or mag-check tayo ng mga requirements ng ating estudyante. Dapat yung tayo ay quiet or tayo ay hindi tayo emotional, hindi tayo galit, dapat tayo ay nasa maayos na kalalagayan. And also don't assign extra homework as well as the subject. Kaya yun, sabi ko kanina, ay huwag tayong magbigay ng extra homework. Kasi ma-stress dapat pagka Friday, wala na yan. Ano? Dapat pag uwi nila, hindi na halos sila something yung kaya lang nila. Huwag masyadong maraming mga takdang aralin ang kanilang mararanasan. Be sure that the punishment follow the offense as soon as possible. Don't impose the punishment 2 days after the student misbehavior. Okay, be sure the punishment follow the offense as soon as possible. Don't overact mild behavior of underplay or ignore serious behavior. So kapag ka mayroong mga serious behavior ay huwag nating ignore yon. Dapat kailangan ay or huwag nating baliwalain ang mga malubhang pag-uugali ng ating kapag may nakita tayong misbehavior, i-correct natin siya, pwede natin siyang, pero wag natin ipapublic, dapat teacher to students, dapat kayo lamang, kailangan ganito, dapat ganito ang gawin. So, mayroong counseling na mangyayari dito. So, be consistent with punishment. So, kapag tayo nagpa-punishment, no, alam natin, yung ating estudyante, they are different characteristic. They have different attitude. Kaya pagka magpapunish tayo sa ating estudyante ay be consistent. Dapat pari-pariho yan. No? Pari-pariho yung ating pagpaparusa. And don't use double standard when punishing. You should treat both kasi alam natin mayroong lalaki, mayroong babae. So dapat yung ating pagpapunish ay not double standard. Dapat babae ito, dapat medyo mababa ang panito. Ang parusa dapat bibigyan lang natin ito ng isang project. So ito lalaki ay malakas-lakas ito, dapat ito 3 project nito. So dapat ay one standard lang. Consistent yung ating ibibigay sa ating estudyante. Don't hold grudges. Once you punish the student, put the incident behind and try to start with a clean state. So huwag magkakaroon ng in this guidelines, huwag tayong magkakaroon ng sama ng loob sa ating estudyante. Ano, pag sila ay nakagawa ng mali, huwag tayong magkakaroon ng sakit ng loob sa kanila. No? At kapag sila ay nakagawa ng or mayroon silang maling nagawa, there's a misbehavior, huwag natin silang hahawakan or tatakutin. Based on my experience nung pwede pang magsakit yung aming teacher, nung pwede pang magsakit ng estudyante noon, pero ngayon bawal na. Ay pinapalo kami. Pinapalhod sa mga batuhan, something like that, pinipingot, kinukurot sa singit. Hindi dapat pala ginagawa yun ng isang teacher. Dapat kailangan i-care natin sila, love our student, bagaman mayroong misbehavior, mayroong masamang pag-uugali. Dapat to care for them. Okay? And also documents all the serious incidents. Okay? Kaya yun yung mga guidelines na dapat nating gagamitin when we punish our students. So next one is we have the socio emotional climate approach. So what does it mean? Okay. dapat ito yung tinatawag nating meron ng tinatawag na counseling or the clinical psychology according to Carl Roger. So what does it mean? Okay, the teacher, so we are as a teacher, kailangan ay dito sa socio-emotional, okay, it is the climate approach, okay, as a teacher, okay, is the major determiner of interpersonal relationship in the classroom climate. Okay, ito yung ang guro ang pangunahing tumutukoy. Dapat malaman natin uh, kung ano yung dapat tayo ay magkaroon ng relationship sa ating estudyante. And also the attitudes. Kailangan maganda yung attitudes natin as a teacher kasi we are the model. Tayo yung tinitignan ng ating estudyante. Mataas yung pagtingin sa atin ng ating mga estudyante. Kaya attitudes are essential in effective facilitation of learning. Kaya maganda yung kailangan maipakita natin sa ating estudyante na tayo yung guide sa kanila kasi alam nila marami tayong alam. So they are expecting that. Kaya makita dapat sa atin na tayo ay magandang example to our student. So we need to be realness, genuineness, and congruence. Okay, realness is the expression of the teacher being himself or herself. The teacher is aware of his or her feelings, accept and act on them, and it is able to communicate. So the teacher is aware kung ano ba yung naging feelings. Dapat malaman natin kung ang ating estudyante ay nag-i-enjoy ba sila sa ating nag-i-enjoy ba sila sa kanilang pag-aaral sa ating inside of the side of the classroom. So as a teacher, kailangan makita sa atin yung acceptance, praising, caring, and trust. So student feel trusted and acceptable. So as a teacher, kailangan maipakita natin sa ating estudyante na sila ay they are belong, they are not others. So pa-feel natin sila or sila ay accepted or they are acceptable na pagaman sila ay nakagawa ng hindi maganda, there's a misbehavior. Ipakita natin sa kanila na they will care for them. We love them, no? Kasi and we treat them na they are not others. Okay? And also as a teacher, we need to be empathetic understanding. So malawak yung ating pangunawa as a teacher. Kasi kapag hindi malawak yung ating pangunawa ay mahirapan tayo to manage our classroom because using student point of view, sensitive awareness of the student feelings and is non-evaluative and non-judgmental. Kaya ibig sabihin ay dapat hindi natin hinuhusgahan yung ating estudyante. Hindi tayo maging mapanghusga sa ating estudyante. And also we have the principle of communication. What does principle of communication according to Gina, teacher and child? So the teacher talk to the situation and not to the personality in the character of the child. So dapat pinag-uusapan ang sitwasyon at hindi sa pagkatao ng bata at katangian ng bata. So as a teacher, we are not look to the outside appearance of our students, but dapat tignan natin kung ano ba bakit kaya ganito itong estudyanteng ito? Bakit parang ang kulit-kulit niya? Ano kaya ang family background nito? Malay mo, yung kanyang parents pala ay pag uwi niya sa kanila, bangayan, o katuhan, something like that. Dapat malaman natin yun. What is the feelings of our or what is the situation? What is the personality? Ano yung character ng ating estudyante? So the teacher showed the ability to describe what she has saw and describe how he or she feels and describe what needs to be done. Okay. Malaman natin yung mga ganoong principle of communication. So the next one is by Glaser, the importance of teacher involvement. So teacher involvement is very important also because misbehavior is the result of student failure to develop success identity. So kaya yung mga maling pag-uugali ay bunga ng pagkakabigo ng ating mga estudyante. Dapat kailangan makuha natin yun, masolvan natin yun kapag napansin natin sa ating mga estudyante na mayroong hindi magandang pag-uugali. So become personally involved with the student, accept the student. Kailangan tanggapin natin yung ating estudyante, who they are, but not the student misbehavior. Dapat yun talaga yung ating masolusyonan as a teacher. So as a student in making a value judgment about the problem behavior. So tulungan natin yung mag-aaral na masolusyonan yung hindi magandang pag-ugali, no? We care for them, no? At ma-feel nila na we love them. So help the student plan a better course of action. So guide student in making a commitment to a course of action, and also the reinforce the student as she follow the plan and keeps the commitment. So napakaganda rito yung reinforce or palakasin natin yung ating mag-aaral na kailangan maging masunurin kung ano man yung commitment nyo sa between the students and the teacher, kung anong napagkasunduan nyo na ganito dapat. Kailangan mapakita natin, reinforce them, motivate them that do it, no? Sapagkat yun yung nakakabuti sa kanila. So accept no excuses if the student fails to follow through with her commitment. So huwag tanggapin yung mga palusot. Kasi for example, mayroon talaga tayong mga estudyante na mga magaling magpalusot, something like that, no? Allow the student to suffer the natural and realistic consequences of misbehavior. Kasi tama yun, malilearn din yung ating estudyante. Bakit? Tanungin natin, bakit ano bang natutunan mo? Bakit mo ginawa ito? So there's a counseling na sinasabi ko kanina. There's a counseling. There's a dapat meron tayong good communication. So nandoon yung involvement ng teacher. Kasi napakahalaga yon na matulungan natin yung ating estudyante for their development. So use of logical consequences. So what does it mean? Logical consequences. So logical is express the reality of social order. It is the result from violation of an accepted social rule. Punishment expresses the power of personal authority, and also logical consequences, logically related to the misbehavior, that the student sees the relationship between the misbehavior and its consequences. So dapat makita ng mag-aaral kung bakit sila nagkamali, kung ano yung mga kahihinatnan nito. So yun nga, sabi ko kanina, bakit ka nagkamali, pakita natin na okay, kapag na-realize na nila na ganito, ganyan, so they learn something. Tapos, help our student na ma-improve nila. Dapat na in the next time na ay dapat hindi na nila magawa yun. So, logical consequences involve the elements of moral judgment. Okay? Student misbehavior is viewed as a mistake, not a sin. So, kailangan ay as a teacher, kailangan ay makita yung kung mayroon mang pagkakamali yung ating estudyante, ay kailangan tanggapin natin ito na or what we call na isipin natin na ito ay pagkakamali lamang, hindi ito kasalanan, no? According to this logical explanation of logical consequences, no, viewed as a mistake, not a sin. So it will concern also with what will happen next. The focus is on the future, or the punishment is on the past. Kaya ituro natin sa ating mga estudyante kung ano yung nararapat para sa kanila. It will involve, okay, in a friendly manner, kasangkot sa isang magiliw na pamamaraan or pakita natin na mayroong friendly manner. Okay? And also, the next one is group process approach. So what does it mean? Group process approach. So teacher task is to establish and maintain an effective productive classroom group. Okay? So that we're going to do sa classroom, okay? Ano ba yung dapat nating establish? Ano ba yung dapat nating gagawin para yung ating classroom ay maging productive, maging effective. Okay? That's why we need to establish and maintain the what we call the group context, or the what we call the classroom group. So it is characterized by the certain conditions that are compatible with the properties. So the classroom management, okay, the classroom management task of the teacher is to establish and maintain, okay, the such condition. So what we're going to do, we have the 6 properties of classroom management. Okay, next we have the 6 properties of classroom management. So as a teacher ay hindi lamang tayo yung as a teacher, siyempre napapagod din tayo. Kailangan din natin ng tulong. So in the classroom management, mayroon din tayong mga like mga right hand, mayroon tayong mga katulong inside of the classroom. So we have the 6 properties of classroom management according to ISMA. Okay, next. Okay, we have what we call the leadership. Okay, we have the leadership. So creating a climate in which students perform a leader function. So based on my understanding on it, okay, for example, in leadership, okay, we have the diba sa high school, okay, in the classroom, we have the president, we have the vice president. So we create an officers to lead a class na sila yung mangunguna, to be your right hand, no? Sila yung mangunguna in the classroom. And also we have the attraction. Attraction is refers to the friendship pattern in classroom group. No, kaya langan sa attraction ay makita natin sa ating estudyante the what we call the collaboration. No? Sila ba ay nagtutulungan, something like that. And also the norms, shared expectation of how the group members should think and feel and behave. And also the communication, sa communication ay dapat makita doon ay mayroong meaningful interaction of a member take place and through group process in the classroom pure. And also we have the cohesiveness. Cohesiveness is a collective feeling that the class member have about in the classroom group. Makikita natin ng ating estudyante ba ay sila ay nag-i-enjoy ba sila? No? Nag-i-enjoy ba sila sa kanilang pag-aaral? No? Facilitation and maintenance. So this ay napakahalaga rin ito. No? Napakahalaga rin ito in the classroom management to establish and maintain such condition, yung condition ng ating classroom. We have the facilitation. It refers to the management behavior that improve condition within the classroom. So it is the possible of yung kailangan magkakaroon tayo ng as a teacher, no, mayroon tayong provide necessary resources para sa ating pagpapacilitate, sa ating pagtuturo sa kanila. Okay? Dapat dito in facilitation is we have the dapat learner-centered, no? Learner-centered in the information and support in order for the learner complete the task. And also the maintenance, okay, management behavior that restore or maintain effective condition. Dapat dito sa maintenance dapat magkaroon ng good environment. Mayroon bang electric fan sa loob ng ating classroom? kumpleto ba yung gagamitin ng ating estudyante, okay? At yung iba pang mga pangangailangan dapat ma-provide yun, no? And also in facilitation behavior, it will achieving unity and cooperation, no, establishing a standard and coordinating work procedure, using problem solving to improve condition, okay, changing established pattern of a group behavior, and also the doon sa maintenance, ano, maintaining and restoring moral. So dapat matuto rin tayong mahadling yung ating yung mga conflict sa loob ng classroom, kasi hindi mawawala talaga yung mga conflict na yun. Dapat alam natin ma-handling yun, or alam natin kung paano masolusyonan yung mga ganoong bagay. So there's techniques of building good discipline. So next. Okay, we are about to finish na rin. So techniques of building good discipline. So we have the demonstration. So napakahalaga ito sa ating inside of the classroom. Kaya kung tayo man ay so if we have the techniques of building good discipline, so it is what we call, if we have the demonstration. So in demonstration, students know exactly what expected, okay, having expected behavior explained to them, that see and hear it. So kapag tayo as a student, dapat alam natin, no? Or kapag tayo nagde-demonstrate or pinapakita natin yung gusto nating matutunan ng estudyante, dapat nakikita nila ito, or dapat clear yung ating pag-demonstrate sa kanila, ano? At dapat madali nilang maintindihan kung ano yung ating dine-demonstrate, or ano yung ating pinapakita sa ating estudyante. And also the attention. Okay, attention is very important. Kasi kapag nawala yung attention ng estudyante sa atin, ay ibig sabihin yung ating tinuturo, they are not interested on what we want to them to learn. So in attention, students focus their attention on what being depicted or explained. So the degree of attention or correlates with the characteristics of the model and characteristics of the student, and also the practice. Okay, the practice. Students are given opportunities to practice the appropriate behavior. So dapat hindi lamang yung estudyante ang nakakaalam, nagpa-practice doon. Dapat ma-practice din, or ma-experience din ng ating estudyante. Give them an opportunities na ma-practice nila yung karapat-dapat na behavior, karapat-dapat na pag-uugali na gusto nating iparating sa ating kasi kapag napakinggan lang nila, hindi nila na-apply sa kanilang buhay, so parang mahirap yun. But if we put into a practice, so mas maiintindihan nila ng mas madali yung gusto nating ipaturo, or gusto nating matuto ng ating estudyante. So we have the corrective feedback. Okay? Student receive frequent, specific, and immediate behavior is suppressed and corrected. And the last one is we have the application. Students are able to apply their learning in classroom activities. So for example, we have the role playing, we have the modeling activities, and in other real life situation. Kasi kapag yun nga maganda, kapag merong sa ating inside of the classroom, as a teacher, kapag na-apply talaga, there's an application, application, mas madali nilang maunawaan, hindi nila malilimutan kasi na-experience nila. It is very important yung experience ng ating estudyante. So, what those strategies for managing a student kapag mayroong mga problems sa ating inside of the classroom? What those strategies of managing student with problems? So next, so what those strategies? For example, number one, okay, accept student as they are. So it is very important. accept the student as they are, but build on and accentuate their positive qualities. Kaya napakahalaga ito. Accept our student who they are. Be yourself. Student can recognize phoniness and take offense at such credit. And also be confident. Okay? Be confident sa ating sarili kapag meron tayo. If there's a problem, okay? If there's a problem in our to manage our students, okay? Dapat tayo ay mayroong tiwala sa ating sarili, huwag tayong kabahan, something like that. Take charge of the situation and don't give up in front of the students. Kaya kapag pinakita mo na parang mayroong something na mabababa yung tingin sa iyo ng iyong estudyante. Kaya pangisawaan ang sitwasyon at huwag sumuko, no? Don't or never give up. Provide structure. Many of the students lack inner control and are reckless and impulsively, no? Kaya mayroon yung mga estudyante talaga na makukulit, walang control sa sarili, something like that. Dapat malaman natin kung paano sila mapatino, something like that. So gagawa ka ng something na activities, program na baka nabuboring lang sila kaya hindi sila nakikinig sa iyo. So explain your rules and routine so student understand them. Be sure your explanation are brief, and otherwise you lose your effectiveness and you appear to be defensive of preaching. Kaya napakahalaga sa ating classroom na meron tayong rules, na meron tayong routine, kasi yun yung magiging guide ng ating estudyante kung paano sila magiging behave, ano. Meron tayong rules inside of our classroom. So communicative positive expectation, that you expect the student to learn, and you rely on motivation and not on your prowess to maintain order or interesting lesson can keep the student on task. Be a firm friend, but maintain psychological and physical distance to your student. Know that you are still the teacher. Kaya napakahalaga din na okay lang na makipag-friend sa iyong estudyante, but there's a barrier, no? Pakita mo sa kanila na you are the teacher, no? At magkaroon ka rin ng distance, no? Distance sa ating estudyante. Dapat mayroong barrier or limitasyon. Keep calm and keep your student calm, especially when the condition become tense or upsetting. It may be necessary to delay action until after class when emotion have been reduced. So meaning, be patient, no? Be patient lang tayo. Huwag sabayan ang ating estudyante kapag sila ay nag-iingay. So magagalit tayo bigla. So be patient. Huwag magpadala sa inis or sa ating emotion. Ano? Help student na maging calm din sila. Kaya yun. And also, we have tatlo na lang. And size of the situation and be aware of undercurrent of behavior. Kasi mayroong mga estudyante na as a teacher, mas lalo kapag first ka pa lang, yung unang pagtuturo mo. So mayroong mga estudyante na sinusubukan ka, no? And since the student are sizing you up and are knowing manipulator or their environment, parang sinusubukan ka nila, something like that. Kaya be aware kung yung mga mangyayari na yun. Prepare ourselves for those problems, conflict inside of the classroom. Anticipate behavior, okay? Be able to judge what will happen if you or the student decide on the course of action. May allow you to curtail many problems, okay? Expect but don't accept misbehavior. Okay? Learn to cope with the misbehavior but don't get upset or feel inadequate about it. So, ibig sabihin, ay expect natin talaga sa ating sa classroom na mayroong mga ganong misbehavior. Pero kapag mayroon tayong napansin na misbehavior but don't accept it, and help the student to have the misbehavior, help them to change it, to improve it, to help them to be a better person. Okay, and also learn to cope with the misbehavior. At kailangan natin makayanan yung mga ganoon, at don't get upset or feel. Huwag tayong magalit kapag ka mayroong mga ganong estudyante. Kaya according to the verse, okay, last one, next, okay, our IFBL, Proverbs 22 verse 6, okay, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So napakaganda itong verse nito, no? As a future teacher or maybe future parent someday, okay, we have the great responsibility as a teacher to teach our students, to teach our children what matters to God. It doesn't mean forcing them into a certain set of belief or rituals. Rather, it means this demonstrating a real faith, one that puts the focus on loving God and loving others. So, napakahalaga ito na magkaroon yung ating estudyante, no? Tayo ay nag-aaral dito sa ating denomination, the Adventist institution. Dapat as a teacher, maging example, maging model, and keep them dapat maging malapit sila, ano? Malapit sila sa Panginoon. And because there's not a greater purpose we have in life than reflecting God's image for our student to see. So our student going to learn about the world around them, enroll in it. If they don't learn from us, okay, natututo rin sila. Ano? They will learn from someone else. Okay, kaya meron tayo sa inside of the classroom, hindi lamang tayo yung tayo yung magiging facilitator. So, meron din silang collaborative teaching, no? Or collaborative approach, or collaborative, nagtutulungan sila sa isa't isa. They will learn from someone ability to use our time with our students wisely. So thank you so much for your listening. God bless you as you continually serve our Almighty God, the author of everything, our master teacher. Okay?
Thank you.